with professionals in design, in high tech, in consumer electronics, in the things that really affect our lives. And what you're about to see really affects our lives. Just a little background, you know, our name is Lighthouse for the Blind and Visually Impaired. Only 5% of legally blind people have no sight at all, no light perception. 95% of us have something. And this nether world has not really been appreciated enough in design. And so as you guys look at what can you do to make beautiful designs, you're starting to get an entree into something that isn't yet respected by law. You can search Title 24 of the California Building Code all you want, and you won't see anything about what you guys are about to consider today. But yet it is so important that you do consider it. Any low vision person who goes into the Montgomery BART station and could ask the question, what were they thinking about colors and lighting? Or the metro in Washington, D.C. That is a hard, dim, murky place for fully sighted people. What was the idea there? And so the tools you're about to see will have a significant role in understanding how we work and what does work. And in the end, what we want as blind and visually impaired people is not just empathy. We want practical ideas. We want designs. And what the Lighthouse wants is to be part of that conversation. So one of the things, if you are on our email list, you've been regularly spammed by us and seen all the things going on here. Now I'm going to introduce the guy responsible for that. And that's Will Butler, who grew up in an architectural household, is incredibly creative in print and in video and in all kinds of imagery ways. He's a visually impaired guy himself, and he has been one of the powerful bridges between the outside community and the blind community. So at this time, give it up to Will Butler.
Hi, everybody. I'm holding my coffee cup close today. Everything Brian said, really, I can't underscore it all enough. What I want to just point out in a brief introduction for some of our favorite designers here is the amount of work that went into what you're going to see today. Michael and Martin and Jamie, who created this technology, they came to us about 2 months ago. They showed up on our doorstep on kind of just on a whim. I think they Googled us or something like that. And they said, we have this thing, and it was this very tentative conversation. And 2 months later, they developed something that I don't want to spoil it for you, but it's phenomenal. And I don't think I even understand the amount of work that the late nights and long hours that they put into creating this on such short notice and with such attention to detail. It's really, really remarkable. And the other thing is I want to just give a shout out to the Lighthouse, the team here at the Lighthouse who works so hard to make these sorts of events happen. A year ago, we moved into this building 1 year ago last week. And a year ago, we didn't do events like this. So there's been a great amount of effort that has gone into making these things go off without a hitch. So I want to thank Brandon Cox for all the work he put into this event, and Dagny Brown, our events manager, for all the work that she regularly puts in at Lighthouse, and everybody else who really, really cares deeply about the things you're going to see today, and just wants everyone to enjoy themselves today. So without too much more ado, I'll give it over to our designers, Chris Downey and Mark Cavagnero.
Good morning. I'm Chris Downey, and welcome to the Lighthouse. Here at the Lighthouse, I'm both president of the board of directors and also survived as a consultant on the project here. Whereas I was consulting with Mark Cavaniero on the design of the Lighthouse for the blind and visually impaired. So welcome to the day, to this experience, which is pretty amazing. There's Brian introduced the topic quite well, so there's not much that I need to add to that. With the exception that as an architect and as a designer, I know full well, what we typically deal with, whether it's interior environment, exterior environment. But what I never understood until I lost my sight and started studying it both academically and professionally is the role we play in the visual functioning of people that use that environment. And it has a profound effect. And as the way I've learned to appreciate it, the saying, you might hear, bad architecture can be blinding. It's true. Didn't happen to me. Didn't see a bad building. But designed improperly, you really can take someone that's not quite legally blind, and in that environment make them significantly legally blind and never know it, simply because of the way you design the visual environment. But the challenge for me in talking to people about that is, how do you understand it? We're trained to walk in someone else's shoes. But how do you walk behind somebody else's eyeball? Really hard to do. It's really hard to understand it. And quite frankly, my situation, no sight at all, that's the easy one to understand. Just close your eyes. Doesn't tell you the whole experience, but you can get there. It's hard to understand what a low vision experience is like, what you can see, what you can't see, what works well in that kind of experience and what doesn't. So it's really exciting to finally have an opportunity to sort of get people behind someone else's eyes and to see the way they do. The shoes don't matter so much, it's how you see. And it's really important to think about how you see effectively and how you work with it, design with it. This experience isn't about freaking you out about what it's like to not see well. It's really a challenge to you to think about how you can design more effectively, how you can really sort of imagine, create, compose, and direct a visual environment that is both beautiful if you see it with 20/20 vision, effective, and beautiful if you see it with 2600, and how that can really improve the quality of design. So Mark Cavaniero was part of the huge part of this experience, and something he went through trying to understand that. We didn't have this kind of experience, this kind of platform to work with, but we thought it was important for Mark to come and share with you what his experience was in designing the Lighthouse for the Blind. So and that hopefully can segue into the Eyeware app.
Thank you, Chris.
Thank you, Mark.
Good morning. I'm really, really pleased to be here. This is a wonderful place and a wonderful organization, and it's a huge need. When we worked on the design of this headquarters, we had the ability to simulate the reality for sound. We spent time in a wonderfully sophisticated sound lab at Arup Engineers, and we were able to model and listen to the distinction in materials and try to discern what kind of sound was really pleasant, positive feedback, and about the human experience. It was mostly human engagement, kind of noises, sounds, voices, and what kind of sounds were just distracting and difficult or confusing and even annoying. And the sound lab was enormously helpful to study and analyze the issues surrounding sound. We didn't have a lab or an opportunity, didn't have this tool to really use to understand how materials and colors can be impactful in either a negative way, as Chris was saying, or potentially in a much more positive way, to study them. So we had to work through that with Chris's leadership and his experience, and a lot of mock-ups and trial and error and physical materials. What that means is, for an architect, is using a tool like this over time, as we get more and more familiar with it, as it gets more and more sophisticated, architects can start to realize that they don't have to think of high contrast in terms of black or white or near white to be able to help people with limited vision. That there are other possibilities of color and materials that can achieve the same goals and have a broader palette that might integrate with other materials, furniture, desires, corporate branding, depending on the environment that are desired or necessary for that workplace or that interior space. So once you do that, you open up the possibilities to create spaces that are much more sensitive for the people with limited vision and still have the architectural needs or qualities that the overall client, owner, design team are looking for. And that's a breakthrough. We didn't have with this space, and we did it kind of the old-fashioned way. Now there's ways to bring that out. And the hope, of course, is that that would bring the ability to design all buildings and all spaces with more sensitivity and acute thoughtfulness about the impact this has on everyone, and not just ignore those issues because they're impossible to discern in advance. It just means what Chris will always tell us, that just designing to the code isn't enough, and taking it the next step, which is to use the tools that are now becoming available to us. It's a wonderful 21st century thing that we can start to suggest these virtual realities and explore them. So with that in mind, I think that's what is really exciting for us, is the possibility of the doors this could open and to broaden those sensitivities into a whole range of different projects where it should belong. So those are my thoughts anyway.
Thank you very much. So first of all, I want to thank the Lighthouse for giving this amazing opportunity to come and present our work, to have a wonderful group of people here to come and give us feedback and experience what we've created. And it's going to be an onward journey, I think, going forward, as we incorporate your feedback and work out how we develop these tools and how we use them, in what industries there's the greatest opportunity, and how it's going to influence design going forward. I'd like to introduce myself, or Michael and myself. We're part of a team of 4 back in the UK. We currently work for a company called the Transport Systems Catapult. It's been about 12 months since we started working with the RNIB, thinking about how we could use augmented reality and virtual reality tools to simulate eye conditions. So before I speak about the tools that we've created, I'd like to take the opportunity to give you a little bit of background to the company we've come from, the activities we've been doing, and how we got to where we are today. So we work for the Transport Systems Catapult. I'm going to call it the TSC from now on because it's quite a mouthful. And we're one of 10 organisations set up in the UK looking at how we can stimulate innovation in different industries. Some of the catapults that exist are the digital catapults, the satellite application catapult, future cities, high-value manufacturing, offshore renewables, energy systems, cell and gene therapy, to name but a few. Our role is to stimulate growth by showing and encouraging new and novel ways to improve services, products through innovative approaches to problem solving, and try and break down some of the known barriers out there. So the objectives of the catapult, the Transport Systems Catapult, is to raise awareness of intelligent mobility. So this is the intelligent movement of people and goods, and it's estimated that this market by 2025 will be worth 900 billion per annum. And our role is to try and help UK companies to bring new innovation forward at a more rapid pace, and to try and help them capture 10% of that market. Now, I don't know if you're familiar with the technology readiness level matrix, but this is something that's come out of NASA, and it describes the maturity of products and technologies. And one of the biggest problems with technology is that academia has investment, they create great ideas, they create proof of concepts. And there's a chasm between industry adoption and taking that technology and maturing it, finding opportunities to link up companies to identify those barriers. So that's what the catapults are all about. It's about finding those really good ideas, understanding the marketplace, bringing people together, helping them to find sources of funding, both government funding and grants that exist out there, bring people together and accelerate the progression of that technology to make sure it actually achieves its full potential. Now, the Transport Systems Catapult, we have 4 business units. So we are currently looking at automated transport systems. We've got a modelling and visualisation team, of which Michael and I are part, the customer experience team, and information exploitation. So they're all kind of general groups of technology and areas which need to be investigated, and through those capabilities we support industry to learn and to apply different technologies and tools. Now, I don't know if anybody has seen this. There's been quite prominent in the press, but we've been working on an autonomous vehicle that, unlike other autonomous vehicles, is able to navigate around pedestrianised spaces. And here's a visualisation that we've created of Milton Keynes. So it's a big urban space in front of our train station. And these vehicles have been designed and programmed to able to navigate amongst pedestrians, with the objective in a few years' time to be able to offer a public service to get from the station to the shopping centre, to prove that technology works and to see how that affects the overall transport system. Is it positive, is it negative? And our overall objectives are to investigate technology, particularly in the immersive world right now. There's quite a bit of investment in augmented reality and virtual reality technology. So our role is to get hold of this technology and to play with it, to stress it, to think about how it could be used. Ultimately, we want to help inform people to make better decisions. So breaking down the technological and knowledge barrier of technology, and allowing people to assimilate information, understand their options, and therefore to make better decisions. If we can use a visual medium for doing that and an interactive medium for doing that, people are much more likely to get engaged, understand the complexity of a problem, and therefore make better decisions. We're also looking at collecting greater customer insight. So our customer services, customer experience team is working alongside us, looking at different tools we can use out in the real world to catch how people move. So we're looking at sensor technologies. We're looking at people tracking and algorithms to understand how people move. That can then inform pedestrian simulations and improve those simulations. We're engaging with academia to understand what technologies again are coming out and how they can be used and how they can be merged with the tools that we're looking at. And then we can provide industry advice based on that knowledge and understanding. So to do that, we've had to create a visualization lab to bring together all this technology. So the concept of the visualization lab is that we're investing public money to buy one of every bit of technology out there. Now, we haven't got every bit of technology because it's moving very fast, but the ones that we think are mature enough and will add potentially some value. And this laboratory is aiming at recreating all the forms of transport virtually. So, for example, trying to give people insight as to what a train carriage might look like would normally involve shipping a whole load of people to a big warehouse with a buck that somebody's constructed, and they would look at it and pass comment. Virtual reality offers that opportunity to bring large environments into a very small environment and allow people to navigate around that. Now, one of the biggest challenges with virtual reality, I'm sure some of you might have seen these videos of people experiencing virtual reality and feeling motion sick. And the challenges associated with that are starting to be broken down with computing power, but also understanding how we work, our physiology and how we respond to visual stimulus and how we navigate around that space. And the big yellow object on the top right-hand corner of the screen here is it's called an omnideck. For those Trekkies out there, I like to call it the holodeck of the 21st century. Essentially, we have a series of rollers that emanate in wedges from the centre, and participants can put on a VR headset, and as they walk, those rollers then are powered in the opposite direction. This allows them to explore a virtual space that is massive without ever bumping into the walls. And through that, we can exhibit them to different conditions, different simulations, technologies, etc. And we can observe how they're behaving, and we can record their physiology as well as their subjective measurements. So we can start to do some really interesting customer insight with that type of technology. We've also got a bike simulator and a driving simulator or an autonomous vehicle simulator. And the great thing with virtual reality is we can create any interior vehicle that you want. We can make it be a bus, we can make it be a train, we can make it be an autonomous vehicle. And that's the beauty of what virtual reality is really starting to show to us. From the design perspective, you can get really good insight, and you can create concepts rapidly without having to involve people physically constructing those prototypes. And then you've got an infinite number of variables that you can show to them. So it's a bit like, I feel like a bit of a kid in a candy store, and it's quite difficult to convince my other colleagues that we're not having lots and lots of fun every day, because we have to get our hands on this kit, and we have to look towards other industries. So the gaming industry is obviously very advanced in the use of virtual reality, to understand what the art of the possible is, what barriers are being broken, and how those approaches and those technologies could be used in the transport sector. And sometimes that leads to ideas outside of transport, which I'll come on to in a minute. But you get an idea of the type of technologies that we have here. So on this screen, we've got the autonomous vehicle simulator. So it's essentially a chassis with a seat on, and then we've got hydraulic actuators on the corner. That gives the haptic sensation. That, combined with an Oculus Rift and 3D audio, gives you the sense that you're actually in an environment and moving through it and feeling the surface and terrain you're moving over. We've got all the VR headsets. We've got biometric tracking. We've got eye tracking as well. Excuse me. Within the headset, so we can see what you're looking at in that virtual world when you had the response that you had. And we're also injecting into that space simulations. So on the bottom right hand of the screen, you can see an area in London where there's 10,000 pedestrians moving around a space. Now, right now, that's a fairly simplistic simulation with pedestrians represented as two-dimensional outlines. And the more dense they get, the more the colour changes. But with some of the gaming technologies, you can actually take inputs from the simulations and then drive characters inside that virtual environment. So you can actually take validated transport simulations and bring them into a virtual environment that you can experience. And you can feel what it's like to be inside a space with 10,000 people trying to get from A to B. You can start to introduce kiosks and pop-up coffee shops. You can actually then adjust your physical height and perspective in that space. So it's no longer just here's an empty model, here's a model now with dynamically moving objects in that space that change the way a space feels and how it's going to operate. And then you can start playing around with all the variables. Let's have another 5,000 people arriving on a train simultaneously. Let's make it rain, and all those things are possible. So essentially, if these technologies allow you to free your mind and to think about all those options that you would like to consider but haven't been able to date. And to do this, we're working with a number of software vendors and using various tools. There are companies out there who are doing some interesting stuff with drones, for example. And one of the limitations of any kind of virtual reality creation is how is creating the space, the cost and time it takes to create that environment. So we're looking at air drones to use photogrammetry as a means of flying over a city, flying over a space and capturing it. We're working with companies who can use LiDAR scanners mounted to people as well as to vehicles, and looking at how we can also use procedural modeling techniques so we can take map information and data sets to auto-generate a virtual environment. So we're just getting started on that with a commercial project for one of our local city councils. One of the big questions is how detailed does a model need to be to add value to the end, to the purpose of the project. So we've got a number of insights into that. I'm happy to talk about that a bit afterwards. So one of the other things we can do with this technology is run insight events, bringing in people and companies who are interested in VR but don't know where to start. And so with this suite of tools, we can actually expose them to all the technology. Being an independent company, we can give impartial advice. We haven't got any vested interests or sponsorship or any freebies. We can say this works well, this integrates with this technology in this way, and here are the pros and cons. So I just want to show you this quick video. This is created with a 360 camera, and it's been stretched out so you can see it. And this is a company came to visit us with, I think, the best name I've heard of yet. Elephants Can't Jump. And they provide advice and guidance. They're a brand guidance company with a particular interest in retail design. So we set them up with a number of experiences here. The chap on the left-hand side is playing with a rocket using the touch. And he's reacting quite interestingly as a rocket flies around his head, obviously laughing and enjoying himself. It really doesn't do any good for us, with our colleagues saying we don't have fun at work. and not playing with tools all the time. But it started to give them some insight as to what they could do with technology to if they created a virtual store, what applications that would have both in the construction and creative process of building it, but also maybe they could actually offer access to these virtual retail spaces. So people who couldn't go to a shop, Harrods in London, for example, could be anywhere in the world, and they could experience it and buy stuff online in a more immersive way than buying online on a two-dimensional web page. So it really got them thinking, and that's the kind of thing trying to stimulate discussion and thought around that space. So the other thing that we're doing at the moment, and one of my frustrations with the autonomous vehicle project is thinking about the human in the process of designing autonomous vehicles. Yes, the technology is incredibly clever, and yes, it needs to be optimized and be health safe and the rest of it, but the importance of understanding how customers are going to experience those vehicles is essential in their success. If people don't feel safe around them, don't feel they can control them in the right way, then they can fail before they get the chance to start. To that end, we're doing some work with with a UK automotive OEM company, who are actually running user trials to help them make decisions about the interfaces they should place on that vehicle. Should they be LCDs on the front? Should they have auditory outputs? Should they behave and move in a certain way? All that can be done and simulated in VR, and that's really interesting because it's fast to do. It's relatively low cost. It also requires no paperwork, so there's no risk assessments. There's no insurance forms. You can run a trial in something that is, in reality, dangerous. You know, a vehicle driving at you at a certain speed and manoeuvring in a certain way might be perceived as very dangerous. And I wouldn't like to have to write that risk assessment, say we're going to take a physical vehicle of 400 kilos and drive it towards pedestrians and see how they react. But in VR, we can do that. So it's showing some real benefits. So I'm going to show you a few videos now. So this shows our virtual reality lab. So you're walking into the lab here. In the middle of it, we have the omnidirectional treadmill, where we do our pedestrian simulation. Hands around to our driving simulator. Ryan, our model and resident GIS expert, is showing. He's putting on the VR headset, and he's about to start walking around the Milton Keynes space that we've built. So this environment is accurate to 20 centimeters. And it needed to be accurate so we could then draw parallels towards the work the guys were doing with autonomous vehicle simulation. As he's walking around, he's observing different autonomous vehicles passing in front of him, some with no interface on them, some with chevrons and red lights and auditory sounds being exhibited. And from that we can then start to draw conclusions about what type of interfaces would be appropriate in that situation. One of the big questions is, should a vehicle be submissive or should it be authoritative? What's right? Should it always stay on course, you know where it's going to go, or should it try and navigate around you? And linking into the pedestrian simulation question mark is how many pedestrians on a pavement causes the vehicle to essentially stop moving, and therefore it's much slower to walk slower to take a vehicle than to walk. So this other video shows the reverse of being a passenger inside that vehicle. So using the same environment, Ryan's now getting inside what is actually a race car simulator for really enthusiastic gamers, but we're repurposing it for autonomous vehicle simulation. And what we have here is the vehicle moving through a relatively quiet space in Milton Keynes, with vehicles approaching at different angles. So using our biometric sensing, we can actually look at how people respond to that proximity, and to both the autonomous vehicles, also street furniture. And that can then backwards engineer and inform the guys designing the control algorithms for the vehicles. So that's enough about where we've come from, what we're doing over in the UK. Let's get on talking about what Theia is all about. So Theia Immersive is essentially a user-centric and inclusive design tool supplier. So we're about to spin out of the Transport Systems Catapult, and today, as part of our business planning and awareness of who wants to use it and how they want to use it, and that's going to influence our rollout. So I really welcome any comments, good and bad, suggestions of how to improve it, because that's going to help us go forward and see if we're on the right course of action. So I'm going to talk about Eyeware in a second, which everybody's got their cardboards and their phones, and if you haven't downloaded your app, then I will show you how to do it later on. And this app has been created through a collaboration with the Royal National Institute for the Blind. So during one of our immersive events, the RNIB came around talking about customer-centric design and how to improve the transport interchanges and how help people to make those last mile journeys through better signage, through greater information and different technologies. And the conversation was something along the lines of, gaming technology is great. We can give you superhuman powers, so you can be the Hulk and you can pick up things, and we can make you run super fast and fly. But we can also help you. We can simulate what it's like to be elderly or have a mobility challenge by walking on the Omni deck, and you walk fast, but you move slow. Then we start talking about visual perspective, so wheelchair users, small children, and how that affects your navigation through a space. And that led on to the conversation of, well, can we simulate eye conditions? So it's kind of random, and that's the nice thing about where we work, is that we can have these open innovation, these seemingly random conversations, which have led to where we are today. So initially, this app was designed as with the intention of just raising awareness, so the RNIB could use this as a tool to go out and engage with their client base, and to raise an empathy and understanding of eye conditions. But it has kind of snowballed out of beyond expectation of some of the ideas that we keep on coming up with and people we're talking to about how else it could be applied. So yes, awareness of visual impairment is great to people understanding. But the really strong thing with the tool is actually, can you use this to audit a space that's going to be renovated? Can you understand what's good and bad about it? And can you bring people along that journey alongside guys like the Lighthouse and the RNIB doing what they do, just helping them to communicate and people to understand much easier. We had to read a lot of papers and looked at lots of two-dimensional drawings and had lots of conversations with the RNIB's eye care team to try and find a common understanding of what an eye condition actually is like. And that's incredibly difficult, and I think it's like 50, 60 years worth of people's experience trying to build in and iterate and design these different filters to get a consensus of what an eye condition should look like. And the tool itself you have in front of you has got 6 eye conditions and 3 levels of severity. And compared to other tools that are out there, some of which use safety specs with Vaseline or paint on them, or I've even seen them with ping pong balls with holes pinned in them. It allows you to rapidly iterate and move between different severities, different conditions, without having to have a box full of glasses. The great thing as well is because the glasses are expensive, you can actually leave them with clients and they can have them in their pocket to go back and constantly think about what these eye conditions are like, and think about it all the time as they move around space and start to gain greater understanding and think about how they can solve these problems. The other area which is really interesting is actually staff training, raising awareness and helping alongside existing training programs for staff to actually run through a training activity, go through a role play activity with their colleagues and improve their customer service, their delivery, understanding how they present themselves, how they communicate, and having greater understanding of the eye conditions is going to help them to deliver better services. We're also talking to Ting at San Francisco State University about how we could use this app in education. So across subject, anything with design or with ophthalmology courses, just using it as a tool to initially get that understanding and to help reinforce the messages that are given by being able to see and experience those eye conditions. And we're now moving on to professional licenses. So we're currently talking to a bank who's thinking about using this tool alongside the training material the RNIB have got to allow their staff to understand how this new touchscreen ATM is going to be used and how they can improve their customer service. So I'm going to show you a couple of videos now, because talking about it is great, but actually seeing it is what it's all about. So this is our resident model again, Ryan, here, in the train station. So he's just getting off the train, and we split the screen into four sections. So on top left we've got glaucoma, retinitis pigmentosa, wet AMD and cataracts. And that shows the same journey that Ryan is going as he gets off the train, walks along the platform, to raise awareness of what people see and how that affects their ability to navigate and wayfind from exiting the trains or exiting the train station. So anybody will be able to do this with the app, walking along with it, and thinking about the signage that they're using, any markings on the ground, when they have a bit more advanced level cataracts, about their progress, how they feel. Do they feel vulnerable? Do they feel that they understand where they need to go? I'm going to go to the next video because that's a slightly long video. And this here's an example of O2, so Telefonica. They have a store design in Milton Keynes, and on this occasion it's not right the model list, unfortunately for me, but it's looking at store design and layout, thinking about the use of materials and the layout of that environment and how that affects people with a visual impairment. So in this instance, this is actually quite soon after we developed the app, and we hadn't really appreciated how it could be used, but walking in there and looking around, looking at the printed media, looking at the use of glass, using nice white environments where products were positioned, where the payment station was. It was really unclear where I should go to get help, who I should talk to. The staff wear dark blue hoodies. They look like a member of the public. They haven't got any name badge. And thinking about the training materials that go alongside and raising awareness of how a space is used is absolutely imperative about having a good customer experience. So we kind of jumped on this guy and said, your boss has given us permission to video here, just do what you'd normally do. And then we went along to their annual Gurus conference, so the Gurus are the kind of the equivalents of the Apple geniuses for this store. And we ended up talking to 200 of their staff from around the UK. And the ideas they had about how they could use this were fantastic. They're thinking, brilliant, we can actually understand, we can look at these mobile devices with these different eye conditions, and we can start to think and recommend what the best form of, what the best mobile device is from accessibility for glaucoma, for AMD, for all these different things. And they're really, really positive about it. So we're looking now at deploying a training package to these guys as well, because they see the value in actually delivering better customer service for people with visual impairments means they're going to deliver better
hi
service
there.
for everybody else.
I've got a visual impairment. I've been told you'd be able to help me find a phone. That'd be good for me.
Really strong
Okay.
that. The design well for people with the biggest challenges, and your design fantastically for everybody. More inclusive design is good for everybody. Okay, so now onto the virtual reality tool we've got. So for now, it's being called Project Oasis. If there's any Ready Player One fans out there, you might see a link to that. If there aren't any, you'll no idea what I'm talking about. But I quite like the idea of the Oasis, of people coming together and talking and having a drink. So Michael and Kyle have worked their socks off to get this demonstrator finished. And the idea of using VR was kind of conceived alongside whilst we're doing the AR app development, with the idea of actually we can make things more dynamic, more reactive, more interactive if we used virtual reality. And as we're having these conversations, to use VR, the strength of VR for design really started to come out. Initially, the prototype before this was the RNIB have an office in London and they wanted to redevelop, and an architect's firm had taken on board their advice and produced a design, and that design was not particularly well received by the RNIB. Through still images, through looking at two-dimensional drawings. So they asked us to take that model and convert it into something that was more interactive they could experience. And that kind of bore the first ideas of, initially we had the visual impairment filters, but then we thought, well, actually, if you're having a conversation with stakeholders, you really want to be able to interact with that environment, make changes, see those changes, and then flick through the visual impairments as you're doing so you can understand what works, what doesn't. So we've created a number of tool sets within this package. So we've taken the Eyeware visual impairment filters, and we've now added colour blindness and visual acuity. So we've got 3 colour blindness settings and 3 levels of visual acuity, from 2200 down to 2600. We can adjust the lighting in real time. So unlike some of the other things we've seen out there that try to do this, we're looking at actually dynamically adjusting the lighting so you can see how light scatters and changes and bounces off different surfaces. We can also edit the environment to a small degree. We can import different models of tables, chairs. You can then orientate them and configure them. We've got a color contrast checker, so by selecting two surfaces, you can actually measure how good that color contrast is and the appropriate use of those colors. And we've got a full color palette. So if you have a particular brand that you want to comply with, you can start to play around with different color combinations that don't go against the brand guidelines and still provide a navigable and an easily navigable space by having very bright contrast and changes between doorways, windows, etc. And we've also started to integrate 3D audio. Now the really exciting stuff, if it's not exciting already enough, is actually the VR. The problem with VR is it's a very isolating experience. You tend to have to go to a fixed location, and like we'll see over here, Michael has a big screen behind him. But as an observer, you can't really influence. You're having to use verbal communication to ask somebody else to make change. Wouldn't it be great if we could actually allow people to coexist in that space, and each of you go around and talk and point at stuff and make changes independently? And wouldn't it be even better, thinking back to our transport backgrounds, wouldn't it be great if people didn't have to travel from around the country and they could all log in to a space and interactively navigate around that environment, talk? And wouldn't it be great if there was a library of experts around the world who you could invite to meetings and they could all participate simultaneously? And wouldn't that affect the rate of design, the design cycles, getting all the advice almost at a whim, as easy as picking up a phone and saying, guys, I've got 3 options here, what should I go for? And be able to look through all those options. So that's something we've already prototyped. It's not quite ready for today, unfortunately, but it works. And we're really, really excited about the potential of this as a platform that people can use as easy as picking up a phone, creating a WebEx meeting, and getting access to the right people at the right time. Even from an internal tool perspective, it'd be great to be able to bring departments together. And doing it in a more immersive 3-dimensional format is going to be better than looking at 2-dimensional drawings or even a 3D representation on a screen. Just getting that extra level of immersion. So, we're going to risk doing a live demo. So I'm going to unplug here, and Michael's going to then talk you through some of the functions and features that the demo has got. So after I've finished talking, which won't be much longer, I promise, we're going to split up into 2 sections. So on your left-hand side, if you're facing me, we're going to have guys at Lighthouse helping you with regards to the Eyeware app and how it can be used. There's a few exercises to go through, and then on your right-hand side, you'll be able to get your hands or get on the headset and start to use some of these tools that Michael's created. Okay, Michael.
Awesome, thank you, Martin. Okay, yeah. So that's quite echoey. 1 second. Okay, great. Cheers, Martin. Yeah, so I'm just going to quickly demonstrate to you guys the project Oasis. So this is a kind of an early prototype, a sneak preview of a system that's currently being developed. This has taken literally 3 weeks to put together, so hopefully this is going to kind of impress you guys and go well. So basically what I'm going to do is I'm going to kind of slowly kind of step through the functionality and the features that we've included so far within this system. So we're going to be looking at things through, we're going to look at the Lighthouse model through various visual impairments. Going to kind of show you guys how we can explore this space and experience it using virtual reality techniques. We're going to go ahead and change colour. I'm going to assess colour contrast in that space as well. And yeah, so let's start this. I'll move around as slowly as possible so you guys don't kind of get dizzy. Second. Right, excellent. Okay, so hopefully you guys can see what I'm seeing. Yeah. So right now I'm in the reception area of the 10th floor of the Lighthouse. So you can see that we've got a kind of a medium kind of lighting condition, so it's pretty well lit. We have some sunlight coming through the window just near the staircases over there. In front of me, we can see that we have the tracked HEC Vive controllers. We're still developing this interface, but we think it's pretty stick at this point in time. So I'm just going to run you through some visual impairment filters. So we've taken the filters, as Martin mentioned, and injected them into the system as well. So obviously you guys will have a chance to get your hands on this and experience it for yourselves, but I'll just kind of run you through the basics. So on the right-hand controller, I can kind of go ahead and bring up a range of visual impairment representations in front of me. So I can kind of simply start to kind of cycle through each condition. So I'm going to start off with colour blindness. So you can see here that we've got deuteranopia just here, and I'm going to cycle through to protanopia and tritanopia as well. So we can go ahead and we can experience those different situations with colour blindness. We can go through to wet AMD. So I've got 3 stages here. So we've got intermediate, we've got late, and early. So we can start to experience that space with the dry AMD, as well as wet. And again, those 3 stages. I'm going to cycle through to diabetic retinopathy as well, early, intermediate, and late. So you get the idea. We can kind of cycle through and experience the architectural visualization of the lighthouse in this case with different eye conditions. Let's go and skip through to glaucoma, late, intermediate, late again. So that's, as you can see, that's quite decreased functionality. Okay, one particularly, so we've got cataracts as well, early, intermediate, and late as well. And we've also got retinitis pigmentosa. So again, we can cycle through those as well. One kind of the latest addition to this system is actually visual acuity. So I'm just going to kind of show you guys that as well. Okay, so we've got 2200. So we can see the space there. We can see the couches are still clearly visible. We can still make out the staircase. So we've got obviously the lighthouse 10th floor is particularly well designed in terms of contrast. I can kind of still navigate this space. I'm going to go to 2400, and things get a little more difficult to understand and figure out. And 2600, we've got simulated here, is particularly intense, but I can still begin to kind of navigate this space. I can still see the red couches. I can just about make out the staircase over in the corner as well. I can still see the reception area on the left-hand side. So I'm just going to kind of show you how kind of useful this can be. So I'm just going to show you how to move around the space and experience the space in different ways. So obviously I've got a kind of a 5 by 5 meter-ish space here. But to traverse this environment, I can go ahead and teleport. So I'm just going to move over to this location near this signage. I can see that this is obviously quite high contrast. It's easily visible. If I go ahead and apply visual acuity filters now, we can see that if I go ahead and go through our 2600, for example, we can see that I can still see the signage quite clearly, but the background is out of focus. So this filter is reacting to the distance of the objects from me at this point in time. So if I just step back, we can see that the signage now becomes quite illegible. So, and again, if I just decrease the intensity and the severity of the acuity, we can see that that now comes back into focus ever so slightly. So I can still read that text. And again, if I just go to the color blindness filter, deuteranopia in this case, we can see that the lighthouse text has kind of switched color, so we can see it's almost a yellowish, greenish hue. Deuteranopia again, we kind of lost and we've kind of changed that color palette. And tritanopia, everything kind of becomes quite red and quite pinkish. If we turn that guy back off again, we can see that we've got the original colors, we've got the orange of the lighthouse textures there. Okay, so I'm just going to kind of take you guys through to the kind of the cafe area of the lighthouse 10th floor just now. Okay, so we're going to go over here, and we can see we've got the video conference suite on the right-hand side, and we've got the cafe space just here. So I'm just going to go ahead and start to change colours of the environment, so we can see how coloration of walls and signage starts to affect this space. So if I just open up the menu on the left controller, I'm going to go to Colour. I'm going to go to the Colour Picker, and we've kind of preset a range of colours in this space. So on the outer perimeter, I've got colour groups. On the inside, I've got a range of different kind of colours of those parent groups as well. So I'm going to go ahead and select the purple colour group and select this guy here. We can see I've got kind of a laser pointer. I can start to adjust the coloration of certain surfaces. So we can then start to change colour around us and start to experience those colours through various, for example, visual acuity levels. So you can see that kind of just this kind of coloration, this contrast kind of helps me understand where the doorway is on B, just here. If I just turn that guy back off again and just move over here towards this signage, we can also go ahead and, for example, reduce the contrast of the signage. So I'm going to go ahead and just change the colours of these guys. And we can see now that obviously if I go back to the visual acuity, this signage starts to become quite difficult to read. So we can see that if I just jump over here, that this kind of black and white option that we've got on the wall works really well. It's high contrast, and that's kind of really easy to read. I'll just turn this guy off. Okay. One really interesting feature that we've got at this point in time is the ability to adjust lighting. So obviously lighting is a really important factor of architectural visualization and design. And we've got a real-time lighting setup here. So we can actually go ahead and we can turn lights off and experience this space with the lights off and low, medium, and high presets as well. So I'm going to go ahead and select the lighting option. And I'm just going to start by turning the lighting off. So we can see we've turned the interior lighting off and we've retained the exterior sunlight. We're going to build in the functionality to actually change time of day in this. We haven't had a chance for this prototype. But eventually we're going to be able to go ahead and change time of day and see how that kind of really affects the interior space as well. So again, we can go ahead and we can experience eye conditions with the lower lighting conditions. I can go ahead and turn the lights back on again and go to medium. And so that makes it a little easier to navigate. I'm just going to go to high as well. And I can see that we've got a kind of a high intensity of lighting now on the interior. So that's one kind of really nice feature. So this is, as I mentioned, this is a real-time lighting environment, and we're kind of using physically based materials as well. So, for example, the wood surfaces on the ground and the board on the wall, the wood surfaces on the island unit in the centre of the room here, and the board on the wall as well. We're using physically based materials, so that's going to react to the lighting as you would expect it to in the real world. So this is a pretty accurate representation of the surfaces used in the Lighthouse building. So I'm just going to wander over to the stairway. I just want to kind of show you how useful this can be. So we can go ahead and we can turn key architectural features on and off. So we can, for example, turn the edging on the stairs off. So you can see that, okay, this is how the stairs would look with the edging turned off. And again, go to, for example, visual acuity. We can see how difficult it is to kind of understand the shape and structure of the stairs. If I go ahead and turn the stairs back on again, reactivate the filter, we can see that that's kind of much more clear and easier to understand the shape and the structure of that staircase. Right, okay. Just going to jump back now. And I just want to kind of show you one last feature. So I'm just going to kind of take a walk down the corridor just here through the 10th floor. You can see you've got a range of offices around here as well. I'll let you guys experience this once we're finished with the demonstration as well. So we've got a design lab just here in front of me. I'm going to kind of show you that in just a second. But here, where the store usually is, we've got an empathy lab. So I just want to have a wander through into this space just here. I'll just turn this menu off. Okay, I'm just going to open up this door. If we can retrieve that. There we go, excellent. So I'll have a wander in here. Okay, excellent.
Chrissy,
So this is where the store is in the 10th floor. As you can see here, we've got a marker on the ground just in front of me. And this is actually 6 meters away from the sun and chart. So if I go ahead and stand here, I can now experience these sun and charts on the wall. We have low, medium, and high contrast charts. And I can now start to understand how, for example, visual acuity is going to affect how I can read that. So if I just jump to 20 to 100, okay, I'm already struggling to see that from this distance. 400, pretty much impossible, and 600, what sun and chart? I can't really see a sun and chart at this point in time. So that really kind of starts to understand and highlight how useful these filters are. We can go ahead to, we can see here we have some surfaces on the left-hand side. So we have the wood paneling on the left here. We have concrete and we have the carpet. And these are the materials used in the Lighthouse building. If I just hold out this right controller here, and we can see here we've got a cane simulator. So I can feel on my controller a haptic feedback from the ground. And if I was wearing a pair of headphones, I could actually hear how each of these materials sound in this space. So we've actually recorded how this cane would sound when tapped against these surfaces in this environment, so we can actually understand how these guys sound. So this is kind of an empathy space to understand how a cane, so this is basically to allow you guys to experience the functionality that we've built in a kind of a smaller space once you guys got your hands on it. So on the left-hand side here, we can see a range of materials and colours used in the Lighthouse building. On the bottom, we've got the plastics from the chairs and various other areas. We've got the metal surfaces and the woods just here. So we can go ahead and experience those with, for example, colour blindness and see what effects that has. We can switch to, and we can see on the bottom just there, the red plastic is actually completely changed colour for me. It's worth mentioning, we're actually using algorithms from MIT to simulate these colour blindness filters. Okay, I was going to take you through to, before I jump through to a different room, I just want to show you the fact that we can actually start to interact and understand objects and certain products. Let me just, okay. Just going to have to actually jump through the wall accidentally. Let me just go back there. Sorry about that, guys. Right, so we can actually reach out now and we can pick up objects. I'm going to take this iPad. I'm just going to simulate this. I'm just going to apply, for example, this is going to be late stage retinitis pigmentosa. And we can now experience this interface and this product with this eye condition. So I can now cycle through and experience that with cataracts, glaucoma, intermediate stage. So we can see that that's kind of really useful for understanding UI interfaces and HMI interfaces as well. Okay, let's go pop that guy down. So we can see we can just go ahead and pick objects up. And yeah, it's a real natural way of interacting with the environment. We've also got a range of laptops just here in front of me, and we can experience how screen brightness would affect somebody with an eye condition. So we can see, if I just go ahead and apply the cataracts filter, we can see that obviously the medium brightness really kind of worked with the cataracts filter, but the high intensity screen brightness and the low intensity is kind of more difficult to read. And okay, so there's one last thing. I'm just going to take you through to the design lab. So we've actually got the option to teleport around this whole building as well. So we can go ahead and we can choose a room to teleport to. I'm going to teleport into the design lab. Okay, so this is the room next door to the store. And we can start to understand the space a little bit better. So in front of me, I have kind of a grid just here. And I can go ahead and start to place objects and experience and design this space in whatever way I kind of want to. So I'm looking forward to seeing what you guys do with this. But I'm just going to quickly show you the options that we have here. So I can go ahead and select an object. So I'm going to go ahead and select a chair, and I can just place an object straight in front of me. For example, a table, and go ahead and pop this guy here. So we can now start to design an interior space and place objects and move objects around. have some colour theory on the wall just here. So you can see we've got obviously pinks, cool colours, reds, purples, and by just going over here, and I'll just turn this menu off 1 second. Okay, and I can just reach through and select this colour and apply this colour to, for example, this wall over here. And let's go for a red and apply that to this guy. So we can start to design and experience this space with different colour schemes and understand this space with various visual impairments as well. So I'm really looking forward to seeing what you guys actually do with this space and what designs you create. Okay. Well, there you guys are. Okay.
Thanks, Michael.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so last tiny slide. Oh, could you unplug and I'll plug back in?
Absolutely.
So yeah, so we think these two tools can really start to influence the design process, and they can be used at different phases. So just as an idea, open for discussion later on, we think that on screen. That's not what you meant to see. Okay, I'm just going to restart this. She always wants the limelight, that girl. Right, so yeah, we think in the early phases, thinking about research and analysis, getting involved with stakeholders and end users, that Eyeware can have its value, be able to walk around a space with potential customers, and also with stakeholders and owners of a space. They can actually walk around with the guys, the Lighthouse and the RNIB to better understand and provide valuable input before any kind of design concept happens. During the concept phase, there's the opportunity to look at different spaces, looking at the different configurations and other places that you might be considering to apply to a new space. But also Project Oasis can be used in that as concepts start to be created. So rapid iteration, fairly blocky designs, you can still get some insight into that, into the implications of eye conditions. And then throughout the design phase, like Michael has shown you there, we strongly believe that what needs to happen is that these models need to be, once you have a number of concepts, so we need to start building virtual reality compatible environments. And that, although that might require investment a bit earlier on, we believe that asset is going to be very useful throughout the whole life cycle of the project and also into handover. And I'll talk about that in a second. And the development phase, looking at iterations and saving work and updates, how that transitions back to the CAD operator. If we have these collaborative design activities, and similar to a computer game where you might be able to watch the action replay of your most amazing race around the Nürburgring, the same thing can be saved, so you can actually watch the progression of a meeting, what was discussed, how we got to an end decision point. Audio can be recorded as well, so you've got a live record. No longer have you got that issue where you have minutes that are handed over to somebody who wasn't at that meeting the following week, and that potential of misinterpretation. The way that we're capturing those changes can be simply opened up by somebody on the CAD workstation. They can look at those changes that were made, and they can then see, is it feasible to do that, implement those, and then you've then got that link. So you've got the visual record, you've got the notation record, and potentially the audio one as well. And then implementation, that's when Eyeware comes back into effect. You can start to then review it once completed. And as I said, that tool can be used as an asset for on-site auditing. So, for example, the model can be loaded onto a mobile phone, and the contractor or the client can go on site and go, "That's not in the right place," and the contractor will go, "Yes, it is." And again, no, it's not, and put the headset on. And we've talked to a number of people who've done this for their own home project design activities, where they've really bigged up their contractor because the plans say one thing and the contractor's done something else, and there's an argument ensuing, and they show them the headset and the argument's finished. It's kind of, that's what I want, just make it right. And that implementation, handing over to staff to work in a space, is an issue we've come across a number of times. So in Birmingham, they've just completed the Birmingham New Street train station, which is a flagship train station with a shopping centre on top of it. And staff arrived on the first day of work having just seen very basic drawings and didn't have a clue what to do. The potential when you have an interactive virtual environment is that you can then start to run training activities with the future users of that space and help them to understand what they need to do and how they need to do it. You can start to run through disaster scenarios when you link it to pedestrian simulation. You can hand it over to the public, to the police services, to the fire services, to the security services. You can think about where you place your security CCTV cameras. We think that there's just a huge amount of further applications that if you don't require CAD training and knowledge, and you can simply log in and as a first-person shooter, or if you have a VR headset, you can start to navigate. That offers huge potential in improving that end space and how it's operated and how customer service is delivered. Right, so at that, I'm going to stop talking. Now I'm going to hand over to Will. I was going to say on your left, Eyeware, on your right, Project Oasis, and thank you very much.
Thank you so much, guys. Yeah, so just a little edit to that. So we do have our the Lighthouse's rehab team with our O&M instructors and folks who teach blindness skills are in 1040, which is the conference room behind the glass wall just to the right when you leave this room. And they actually will be kind of accompanying folks who want to do the Eyeware app, the cardboard experience, to kind of talk about blindness skills and about kind of solutions-oriented approaches to experiencing this app as opposed to simply just coming at it cold. So we really encourage you to go out to 1040 as well to meet with our staff there. And just so you guys know, we're a little behind. So we have about 45 minutes for this kind of simulation portion, and then we'll be back here at about 12:10 for kind of a Q&A, kind of like both about everything you've just heard about now and about blindness in general and visual impairment and kind of connecting the two missions of the Lighthouse and Theia. Also one last thing while I have you right here is we will be sending out a little short survey this afternoon to all of you, and we really, really appreciate you taking just five or 7 minutes to fill out this survey because your feedback is going to be extremely, extremely valuable from this event. So thank you. And lunch will be out there in a few minutes as well. From Wise Sons, there's a whole bunch of different options, courtesy of Yahoo, who sponsored lunch today. So thanks to Yahoo as well. So thank you, guys.
Pretty amazing, huh?
Yeah.
You gonna try this?
Oh, yes. Freddie was here yesterday and tried the simulation over there. It's phenomenal.
I've recently tried it. We have a client, Salesforce, who wants us to start using that virtual reality tool. Not this exact one, not this sophisticated.
And looking at the right perspective and getting all the things like reports and that effect of the design. Again, to the product. Crossround project in the east-west. They're using simulation tools to look at vehicles, essentially as star war, and they look at how they simulate them, looking at those conflicts, things can come out, things come in. Oh my goodness, we've got 2 weeks delay because we can't get this in. That's in there. All those kind of things suddenly come to life and they're visualized. Especially like Thank you.
Yeah, it's exactly what it looks like. That's why I said, excuse me.
A little nerve-wracking. Nerve-wracking side for me. The reason I got asked an interest for it is because I've worked on a lot of space user so the problem with the space would have to be careful. Which it was. So that was kind of my office where I find it more useful to sound. You're a doctor? No, I guess I've lived in with my doctor called frozen shoulder.
Hey everybody. We're gonna start a little informal Q&A in a few minutes here. So if you want to start thinking about any questions you may have. No, of course not. The American.
You know, I'm good standing here. I mean, we can, whatever. Yeah. Yeah. And Robert is here, so if anybody has any questions.
Okay. Give you a microphone. I'll put one on the table just in
Okay,
case.
sure.
If he wants to join us, he could. Yeah, if he wants to join us at this table, or if you there's 2 seats here.
Yeah.
Microphone on the table. Or Michael. Where's Martin or Michael? Either one of them. Grab Martin. Oh,
I can.
I didn't have my glasses like tonight. I recognize.
all right, we got a good crew up here now. So, if anyone didn't get lunch yet, please do. And I just kind of wanted to kick off a casual question and answer kind of panel, really to not only answer your questions about what you just experienced, but also to kind of steer the conversation towards what we do here at the Lighthouse and why this is such a cool partnership with Theia. Because I think one of the takeaways sometimes is that it's easy to feel like maybe all the problems of the low vision community can be solved simply by design, and the truth of the matter is it's a combination of good design and training and skills. And so I've asked our director of rehabilitation, Kathy Abramson, to join us to talk with us a little bit more from the kind of solutions-oriented approach towards experiencing, living with a visual impairment. And I also have asked Chris and Martin to be here as well and answer questions about, just basically that intersection of, to answer really your questions about blindness and about low vision. So I don't know if anyone has any questions they want to start with. I can also begin by sort of just kicking off the conversation. And Brandon is running a microphone, so if anyone, just give a holler or raise your hand if you have a question. I think one of the first things that I wanted to know was, Kathy, from all of your years in the rehabilitation, the vision rehabilitation field, what is your impression of such a high-tech approach towards showing people what a visual impairment is like?
I think it's a great tool for designers, because I always felt that it's so critical to understand the issues of people with different disabilities and different conditions, that to be a good architect and a good designer, if we don't truly understand what the people with difficulties are facing, how can we provide answers to something that we don't know what the issues are?
Yeah, absolutely.
So-
What is your name? Could I ask everyone to say their name? And
Yes, my name is Gilda Puente Pires. I'm an accessibility consultant and specialize on disabled access for 30 years. And I think this is great. This is a tool that can be available for the architectural community. It's a good educational tool, awareness tool. I do a lot of training, so I can see me using some of these tools for that purpose as well. And like I said, I think it's gives us that virtual reality of seeing the space and walking around with different conditions and trying to think what can we do with color, what can we do with texture, sound, other things, that really will make a difference to people and lighting. So thanks a lot.
Absolutely. I want to ask one of our panelists, Kathy, what you've been training blind people to, how to live their lives for 30 years. What's your impression of something like this?
Can I be honest?
Yeah.
Yeah. I think it's, I'll be honest, it's mixed. I think it's interesting. I think what they've come up with, it's a really interesting thing to really help designers. But I know as a trainer, I really look at where people are functionally. I look at what their vision is and basically the feedback that our mobility instructors, so Kat and Robert are in the room too, so if you have anything to add to this. Some of the folks were out there with some of the canes just listening to sounds and things of that nature, but we really look at where a person is and what they want to be able to do. So we definitely use contrast and visuals and textures to do our training. So we use a combination of things depending on what the person's needs are. One of the things that I feel like I've learned, and I've learned it a lot from my blind and low vision colleagues over the years, is to make sure that when you're utilizing something like this, that you're representing it as a way to inform yourself a little bit more, but it's not something, but recognizing too that you can take that off at the end of the day. From time to time, but I just to kind of get that sense of looking around and recognizing an entire environment, and that's how we do our teaching. We teach from all senses, so not just visual. Many times we have students, in fact, especially when we're in the kitchen, we have students who have functional vision where they basically can't see the forest, the trees. There's so much visual clutter. So what we do is we ask people to close their eyes or to wear a blindfold or something of that nature so that they can focus on the task at hand. So they might be using color, for example, to identify lemons from limes or something of that nature, because they can use that good functional vision that they may have. But when it comes down to doing a task, it may be using more tactile skills. So we really use a combination of things. I don't know if that helps to answer
Absolutely.
the
I think that always the concern from the blindness perspective with these sorts of tools is this thing going to be so effective that it makes someone think they know what it's like to be blind, right?
Right.
And of course, that's not the case. I think this tool set, and I know Martin and Michael will confirm this, is to give people really specific kind of ways to A/B test things for visual accessibility. I can't think of anyone better to kind of talk about this intersection than Chris, since you really exist at this intersection of design and being sort of a not a blind person now, but also understanding the need for visual accessibility. I wonder how you see a tool like this fitting in with a non-visual skill set.
Is this on? Mirror?
Yeah, just hold it close to your.
Okay. No, I got this lapel mic.
Oh.
Okay. So no, it's there's a number of different ways I see it being really useful. One, I can't tell you how many times I've been in meetings for projects that are anticipate a high number of users that are visually impaired. Yet all the decisions in the room are being made by people with 20/20 vision in terms of that environment, even if it's for an eye center or a rehabilitation center. And so it's ironic that they're trying to make wise decisions, but they're basing it on evidence that isn't the appropriate evidence for the users the project is for. And it's not that it needs to be overly adapted, but there are ways the good news through this is that it gives you a tool to see things and to embrace a broad range of possibilities. It's more expansive than restrictive. If you know it, if you look at it, you can study it, you can start to realize what works, what's visually accessible and what's not, and how you can use that as a design tool, something that gives you an advantage, then it's really working positively towards the entire experience, not just the visual impairment. So I think it's great for the stakeholders, but also for the designers in the mix of going through options. We all generate, how many different color palettes, color and finish palette with boards and different strategies. And this is a way you can test one against the other and see what's more visually accessible and what's not. And then sort of gather your own empirical evidence in terms of trends, in terms of what works better. And I think over time, you start to understand it. So you're just designing to that more visually accessible, yet also visually delightful and kind of environment. So
Yeah.
So I think it's a really empowering thing for designers.
I was just going to say, I so agree, and if anybody has a chance to go in the 1040, basically what we set up, which is the room that's just on the right as you walk out the door, is that we've set up some things that basically you can find off the shelf, but we've put them together with color and, so that it is just what Chris was saying. It's visually appealing, it's also practical, and it can be very useful for somebody. So I think that you can bring one function and color and design together beautifully.
Absolutely. I would also add that, one of the things we do a lot of now at the Lighthouse is user testing and consulting on this sort of thing. And I think that using a tool like Theia as an accessibility tool for design is not to be confused or conflated with the need for good user testing, right? And so good end user, confirmation that the theories and the designs that you put forward actually work. Because obviously, and that's where the intersection of skills comes in, is because in addition to visual accessibility, there's this whole suite of skills that blind and visually impaired people possess that also influences, the efficacy of a design. Does anyone have any burning questions for anyone in the group?
I sort of touched on that a little bit with their conversation.
Sorry? I feel prepped.
Yeah, but I was just wondering...
I'm going to give you a microphone.
Hi, my name is Roseanne Knight and I'm an architect from the UK. So I just said that we touched on it at lunch. I was just wondering how quickly a sort of software like this could move into then being integrated into software packages that designers can use on their desktop that's readily available.
Okay. So one of the challenges with virtual reality is the computational power required to create immersive, smooth, visually representative environments. The level of detail inside architecture or CAD engineering models can be too much to give a smooth experience. So for now, certainly there needs to be a conversion process or a manual process. Hopefully we can go towards something which is more automated that will allow that transition from a CAD model into a Unity model, a real-time model, at a faster pace to reduce that cost. In time, maybe we can integrate into those other software packages if they become more compliant and they provide that functionality. But there certainly isn't at the moment in time. It needs to be a separate process. But also what I said in my presentation, I don't think that needs to be seen as a negative thing. Because what you're doing is you might be spending a bit more time taking a model and that exists in an architectural CAD package and creating a Unity version of it. But those two can sit side by side and be complementary, feeding back to the designers using that tool, as well as engaging more effectively with stakeholders. So, and that can live throughout the project side by side, and then be used for customer engagement. So there's part of this discussion is to ensure that there's value in creating that additional model. We obviously think there is, and we're not going to try and predict what the industry is going to do in terms of software enhancements and so on. But basically, all avenues are open. You know, it might be embedded into a project, into a software package in the future, but right now it's limited. It's what can be done.
Great, thank you.
Hi, this is Mike from Yahoo. I just was wondering if you could talk a little bit about the 3D audio and positional audio aspect of this. We've focused primarily on the visual part, but in talking with you guys separately, there's been some interesting work there, and I thought that might be interesting to hear more about.
Yeah, so it was a slightly last-minute addition to create a virtual cane and see what we could do with the virtual space to create these different soundscapes. Michael's moving, he probably wants to say something. But from an ergonomics point of view, there are obvious limitations, as with all things in virtual reality, that you cannot generate that haptic and force feedback that you would get in the real world. The question is, how close can we get to that, and is that value? So I think that from a haptic point of view, there's certainly work to do in that space, and we're keen to work with anybody who's willing to give us some feedback on that to see if it's a worthwhile activity. And we're also talking to UCL about auditory impairment simulation as well. So they've got an algorithm that allows to recreate different levels of auditory impairment, which we look to integrate in the future, and there's other impairment simulations as well, which we will look to bring into this platform, so it's across a pan-disability tool set to make it even more valuable.
But this is Brandon. I just want to say, being in the VR simulation and having the cane in my hand, and I'm an O&M instructor, so I love canes. It feels like I have a cane in my hand, and it looks like I have a cane in my hand, and I can hold it like a cane. So I think you're already, moving in the right direction. The sounds are a little bit harsh to your ear, but and you can feel it. You can feel as you're tapping. So.
Awesome, thank you, Ben. Yeah, I just wanted to add something actually to both questions, if that's okay. Excuse me. So with regards to implementation of this system into software packages, kind of typical packages like SolidWorks, Revit, and those kind of, or even BIM modeling packages, we're hoping to be able to take and translate that information, that data, those models from those environments, and essentially procedurally and in an automated fashion produce a 3D representation that's VR ready from those files, from those models. So we're trying to kind of reduce and negate the requirements for architectural teams, designers to require kind of my sort of skill sets on that team, if that makes sense. So trying to kind of take away from that 3D modeling requirements and that kind of long grind that it can be to produce a VR ready space. So we're trying to kind of negate that. That's just one thing that I wanted to add in. With regards to certainly cane simulation as well, to kind of hook into the physical material properties. So obviously we're kind of representing materials visually quite accurately with regards to real-time global illumination, lighting, interior lighting, exterior lighting. Hoping to again hook in how those textures feel through a cane as well. So wood grains, concrete, polished concrete floors, all of those textures using kind of normal and bump maps on those surfaces. We can start to understand how those surfaces actually feel through a cane as well, using haptics. Yeah.
And how will you? I've heard you talk about using haptic gloves as well to be able to feel surfaces and objects.
That's a great point. Yeah. So we're hoping to start to hook in that technology as well. It's yet untested, but we're hoping that haptic gloves, as these are developed, will provide that feedback. And if not, we're hoping to push that technology forward ourselves with those producers and manufacturers.
And just to add to that, so the candy store of tech there we've now got this camera edition that clips onto the front of the headset, which can track your facial position and your mouth. So you can actually represent your facial expressions in VR. One of the biggest problems with any kind of teleconferencing system, so audio conferencing system, you don't really get the full picture of somebody's their body language. So trying to bring that sense of, are you happy, are you a bit annoyed, a bit put out by somebody's comments or observations, will be interesting to do.
And if you attach a screen reader to it, then you're really onto something. I think the thing that I want to emphasize is that we met these guys 2 months ago, and none of this stuff, none of the Lighthouse simulation didn't exist, and I think they've already in 2 months, it's like so much has happened, and I think this is just sort of really a kind of a sneak peek at this potential, and I think we're just really excited to be able to introduce these guys, to North America, and I know that the folks at Yahoo are really excited about this as well in their accessibility efforts, which is something that they'll be talking a little bit about this afternoon to another group. But I do want to really emphasize that I think in some ways the more useful pieces of this are the more subtle aspects. The lighting, the ability to tweak lighting conditions, the ability to simulate color blindness. At the end of the day, simulating real blindness, or full blindness is not, does nobody any good, because that's a skill set, right? And the way that all the many blind people here are able to function is not something you can really simulate, at least not in a short amount of time. But I think the kind of subtle, the ability to take something that's so hard to describe visually, something that's so subtle as a shift in the lighting or a shift in acuity, it is really, really a big deal. I've personally spent untold hours in doctor's offices trying to explain what I'm seeing to a physician, and trying to translate something that is inside your eye into words that were written by us is just a really, really confounding and frustrating thing to do. And so I think giving us a shared visual vocabulary for what we're seeing inside our eyes is actually a pretty remarkable thing, and that's why I'm excited about it.
Hey, Will, can I speak
Yeah.
up really quick?
Yeah, Kat.
Hey,
Is that Kat?
Yeah, this is Kat. So I'm one of the mobility instructors here on staff, and I think what's really interesting about this app, I'm really excited about it, because you should have seen the types of simulators that we used to use and the types of goggles we used to strap on people's faces. But I think what's important, so when I have a student come in who has a diagnosis, the diagnosis doesn't necessarily give me every clue I need. I sit down and I ask them to describe their vision, and sometimes they're like, it's like walking through a fog. Or if I look at your face, I can look at your nose but not your eyes at the same time. Or, if I look off to the side, then I can see you, but if I look straight at you, you're in my blind spot. And so when you think about the way that the app is working, what we already talked about, functionality, really depends, it varies so much per person. And a lot of these different conditions have reduced acuity. And I know that that's something I think the app developers are going to be adding in. So even if you're looking at, say one of the conditions and you can move your eye to where it's clear, but they can't. So I think that there is a lot of reduced acuity in addition to the blind spots, in addition to the reduced fields. And it's more about that functionality and how it impacts each person. Because I can have two different students with totally different diagnoses have very similar functional visions, and two people that had the exact same diagnoses and very different functional vision. So it all comes down to functionality and how it's impacting them. Thanks.
I was going to
Thank you, Kat.
I was going to say something similar to Kat, that when you're looking through it, what is cool about it is that you can look at as a tool, but focusing on the functionality of what you're seeing as opposed to what the disease is. I think that's the most important thing that I just wanted to put out there.
Yeah, absolutely.
This is Brian. It occurs to me, listening to Kat and others, is that there's another use for this tool, which is the conversation of where people are visually when they start at the Lighthouse or another place, and where they're going to be. Because in this simulator, you have RP, beginning, middle, and advanced, or something like that. Most people who come in here will not be seeing the same way in a few years. And most of our journeys with ophthalmologists and optometrists are conversations of omission. Yeah. To be able to have an honest conversation that says, well, in 5 years you might be seeing about like this, and in 10 years maybe like this, may help guide people earlier to do the kind of training that Kathy and her department offers. And that results in years of saving, higher employment rates, and better sort of self-confidence and self-respect. So unwittingly, this may be a tool for that within rehabilitation.
Yeah, one of the things that we really try to fight against is this this tendency to fall through the cracks as somebody who has either a progressive or just unpredictable condition or diagnosis, and we will get people who come in and for one time and tentatively, and then they'll disappear for a couple of years, and then they'll come back when they really, when oftentimes coming back is when something unsafe has happened or something, when they're pushed to a point. And I think that's something that, personally I can relate to, and it's something that many people who come into, who become blind can very much relate to. And so Brian is dead on. I mean, the ability to show someone this is it really, I think it really will bring it home for people and avoid a lot of that struggle and pain.
This is Kat again. I want to just jump in one more time. I heard from a lot of people that tried on the simulators this feeling, or even the blindfold and using the cane with me, this feeling of fear that comes up because you're now going through the world in a very different way, very immediately. But I want you to also think that the people that we work with and most of the people out in the world, they have the training under their belt, and that immediate fear that you might be feeling isn't something that is what most people are experiencing on a day-to-day basis, that they have developed the skills, they have rewired their brain a bit, as you might think, and using the cane and getting around. So yeah, just wanted to add that too.
Well, this is Brandon. I think we're wrapping up soon. I just wanted to point out that the guys from Theia will be here holding office hours all day tomorrow. So if anyone's interested in coming back to talk about a specific project or specific idea, you can schedule a time with them before you leave today to make that happen. So, and if you do come back, you just come back to the 10th floor here at 11:55 at the time that you schedule. Thanks.
Can I ask?
Yeah, we have time for about one more question.
Hi, is this working? No.
Oh, it's on.
Hi, my name is Sarah. I'm from Google. So we spent a lot of time in our design of our offices focused on ADA, and we work with consultants really around wheelchair accessibility needs. And coming here, it's really been enlightening for me to really understand the power of the different colors we use. We have an adjective for it. We call it googly. So we like to make our spaces really colorful, and I think this was very profound learning experience for me, just to understand that what that impact can have on a lot of the other employees that work with us and for us as we design these spaces. So our team designs the offices globally, and so I'm really hoping to work with Lighthouse as a consultant, just to kind of help us really re-examine the way that we're designing our floors and our buildings and the colors we're using and just everything, because it has been extremely focused on wheelchair.
Yeah, and I think that it goes back to what we talked about very early on, is that visual accessibility isn't yet sort of a frontier. And I think there is maybe a misconception that high contrast or that very visually accessible colors are sort of inherently unappealing, and it takes the subtlety out of it or something like that. But it's not always as straightforward and simple as that. It has a lot more to do with kind of functionally what helps guide people's eyes and what makes sense as a visual, as opposed to necessarily make everything make everything yellow or something like that.
Exactly.
Yeah. So we look forward to talking more about that.
Good.
Well, thank you so much, everyone, for coming, and you were easy to get in touch with. So thank you again, and we got to clean up for the afternoon crowd. Thanks.
I'm Sarah Dillion. Yes. Hi.
holding my coffee cup close today. We had a great session in the morning with a group of architects and designers, and we are really excited to kick off our second one of the day. It's a whole other group. So yeah, my name is Will Butler. I'm the Director of Communications here at Lighthouse for the Blind, and I just want to welcome all of you to our workshop today. This is a really exciting event for us, and it's something that we've not quite like anything we've ever done before. The Lighthouse for the Blind, for those who don't know, is a 115-year-old organization. But since we've moved into this new headquarters about a year ago, it's felt more like a startup. We are doing all sorts of work in, on the forefront of accessibility and consulting and user testing and looking at, advising on the ways in which technology can really most benefit our population. And we, in addition to all of the core training that we've done for decades, cane skills, daily living, technology use, employment, access to employment programs, community services, recreation, all the services that we're known for. We're also making sort of this foray into really being an integral resource for the tech community around us. So we couldn't be more pleased to have a very forward-thinking group of technology developers presenting to you all today. And I'll let them do most of the talking about that. But before we go into the main presentation, I want to first just get a sense real quickly of who's in the room with us. And then we'll have some introductions from some of our partners here. So Brandon, do you have a microphone on you? We're going to try to do this. I think we only have about 25 folks here. So maybe you could just say your name real quick and where you're from, where you work.
Yeah, so if there's a mic in the middle of your table, please pick it up. And we will start on this far end.
I'm going to try to go through this as fast as possible.
So you're going to say, my name is Brandon. I work at the Lighthouse for the Blind. That is specifically, but your name and where you work.
Don't say that. No.
My name is Lauren, and I work at Satellite Affordable Housing Associates.
My name is Chris Daly. I'm the president of the board of directors for the Lighthouse for the Blind, and I'm a consulting architect with Architecture for the Blind.
My name is Rosa Downey. I'm Chris's wife, and I'm also a designer. I was here for the morning session, and just excited to be here and learn a lot more about this. Thank you.
I'm Peter Sadoff. I am a college student studying computer science, and this summer I'm working for the National Library Service, writing software for the BARD service.
Hi, my name is Karen Kwok. I'm a creative director at Charles Schwab.
Welcome.
Hi, I'm Bill Horton. I'm also at Charles Schwab. I'm in charge of UX research and accessibility.
Hi, my name is Eva. I'm actually looking for a job right now in user experience design.
My name is Joyce Tsai. I work for the San Francisco School District, and I do their online communications.
Hey everybody, my name is Christian, and I work at Pinterest.
Hi, I'm Amy Chen, and I work for Adobe.
My name is Brandon Biggs, and I work for Sonia Biggs Educational Services.
Hi, my name is Dinesh, and I work with Adobe as an accessibility engineer.
Hello, my name is Will Tyner, and I'm a user experience researcher at the SFMTA.
Good afternoon. My name is Mark. I'm a service designer for the Human Services Agency of San Francisco.
Hi, my name is Gaurav Thakrar, and I work at US Bank.
Hi, I'm Lisa Passenson. I'm a user researcher at US Bank.
Hi, I'm Brianna Young. I'm an instructional designer for the City and County of San Francisco.
I'm Ina Goldstein. I'm also an instructional designer for the city.
Carl Harris. I'm also an instructional designer for the city.
Great.
Hi, Annie Wong, web designer for the City and County of San Francisco.
Hugh, I also work for the city.
My name is Jeanette, and I'm a UX designer for a local tech startup called AE Mass.
Hello, my name is Jesper Paulson. I'm the future CEO of Omnideck, which I think we're going to see later a little bit on the screen.
Oh, yes, indeed.
Say it again. Jesper Paulson, yeah. Omnideck. I'm the future CEO of Omnideck. And you're going to see, I think you guys are going to talk a little bit about it later.
Yes. Yeah.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Florian. I'm CEO of UserSnap.
Laura Peabody Park. I'm Director of IT at Guide Dogs for the Blind.
Welcome. Anyone else?
Hi, I'm Shane Murbeck. I'm with Arup. Hey, Will. Hey, Chris. We work in acoustic virtual reality, so I'm interested to see how we can work together.
Absolutely. Yeah. Is that all? Two more. Two more.
My name's Julie, and I work here at the Lighthouse in the Mad Lab.
My name is BJ, and I work here in the Lighthouse at the Mad Lab. I'm the project manager there.
Great. So, yeah, we have, I should just point out, we have a few VIPs in the house, including Chris Downey, who is the consulting architect for this building that made this building as accessible as it is. And I really encourage you all to talk to Chris and Rosa, who helped with the color contrast exercises later on, for information about the building from our architectural session this morning. It was really great. And of course, Shane Arup played a huge role in designing the acoustical space of the building, which you can hear about. I'm sure Shane can tell you about as well. So yeah, so without too much further ado, I'm going to introduce a couple of our partners who have helped us build, who were some of the people early on who met the folks from Theia and immediately recognized what a valuable tool these guys are bringing to the table. There's something simultaneously really exciting, really special, and really hard to explain about what is so groundbreaking about what these guys are doing about simulating visual impairment. And I can't think of anyone better to kind of who thinks about this on a regular basis than Mike Shabanik, who, in addition to now leading an accessibility team at Yahoo and the UX and accessibility team at Yahoo, has done some really groundbreaking work at places like Apple and others. And then Mike is going to give it over to Alexander, who is the director of community. Is that right? Yeah, the director of community at Be My Eyes, which is an app that we love in the remote sighted assistance space that allows blind people to call random volunteers around the world and ask for help. And they've used these guys' filters in some of their work as well. So Alex can speak a little more to some direct applications. And then we'll hand it over to the main event. So yeah, Mike, maybe you could start us off by talking a little bit about what you saw in this technology when they arrived at our doorstep.
Thanks, Will. Appreciate it. I'm maybe more excited about this than even these guys are. When I first heard about this and got involved in this, I just want to tell you a little story. I come to this with maybe 3 interesting moments in my life, giving me perspective on sort of what you're going to experience today. It was my good fortune to be the product manager for the original iMac, something that really kind of was a pivot point in the industry in terms of design and technology. Also the first and second generation iPads. And later the product manager for VoiceOver and the iOS accessibility features on your phone. So I've been in a fortunate place to see moments in time where something changed and it was much more dramatic as the years have gone on than maybe we even realized at the time we were inventing those things. And so I'm in my office on a Friday, kind of look like it looks outside, beautiful, sunny, nice day. It's early in the afternoon. I'm thinking, oh, I get to go home early this week. This is kind of nice. That never happens. And I get a call from Will. Will says, I have these guys here from the UK, and they've got something really cool. Do you have time to talk with them? And I said, it's Friday. And they're like, they can come down right now. Okay. So they come over, and they start to explain, and they show me some of the things you guys are about to see. And I think we ended up spending 3 or 4 hours. It was 7:30 or 8 before we got out of there. And the more I learned and the more they showed, the more amazed I was. And I was just talking to Michael, and I said, one of the things that's so interesting about this stuff, because I see lots of technology, I see lots of cool hacks and projects and things, but a lot of times they're more like a movie set. It's a cool thing, but there's not a lot behind it yet. And if somebody thinks it's cool, then we'll go build it out and figure out how to actually make it real. This is more like what I would call an iceberg. There's a lot more below the surface of what you're seeing than what you're seeing, but there's so much there that got me excited about where this can go. And even what you're going to see is amazing in itself, but what they can do going forward will be even more amazing. And the speed at which they're doing this is, for me, actually pretty amazing. I think you'll talk about this in a bit, about how long it took to build this virtual model. But it happened really fast. When I talked to them, this was a dream. This wasn't even reality yet, virtual or otherwise. So you're going to see something here that's really fleshed out nicely that happened really, really fast. And that ability to sort of iterate and turn and make this real, I thought was pretty compelling for these guys. The reason you might think, well, what's Yahoo and accessibility got to do with all of this? One of the things that we do at Yahoo is we have an accessibility lab. And what we have learned is to bring designers and engineers and different technologists and different visitors to come in and experience something. Because when you read about it or you get a checklist or somebody says fix it, you don't always know why. And so we've created an experiential place where people can come in and use assistive technology successfully. And they can understand what good looks like and sort of set the expectations that this stuff's all possible. We have a part to play in this. We use as one of those experiences really traditional, like welder's goggles with funny filters in front so people can see what it's like, sort of, to have a cataract or to have retinitis pigmentosa or different vision loss or color blindness. But we only have 1 or 2 of these goggles. They're hard to make, and we don't have a lot. And we have literally dozens and dozens of people coming through the lab. So for us, the experience of being able to say, you can take this home with you, you can have this on your phone, you can enjoy this sort of experience and sort of go back and rethink about it, to us is amazing for us to be able to get this to a wider audience and to make it more viral. Because one of the biggest tasks we have as an accessibility team is awareness. People just don't know. And so anything we can do to create that experience and have it be shared for us is a huge win. And I'll come some other day and we'll talk more about all the plans we have for using this technology in that space, but also allowing people remotely to have that experience, because our facility is just in Sunnyvale, but we're a worldwide company. And how do we translate that to remote places? So hopefully I'll give you some ideas as you're watching the demonstration of things to look for and some things to think about. Let me hand it over to Alexander.
Thanks so much, Mike. My name is Alexander, and I'm from Be My Eyes, and we have actually been using Eyeware. But before I start talking about how, I'm just going to give you some context to what Be My Eyes is and what we do. So Be My Eyes is a completely free mobile app that is specifically designed to bring sight to the blind and visually impaired. And the way that we do that is by connecting the blind to sighted helpers. So whenever a blind person is in need of visual assistance, they basically just open the app, click one button, and they have a sighted helper within 60 seconds. So a live video connection is established, and wherever the blind person is pointing the camera, the sighted helper will explain what's going on. And right now it's being used by about 35,000 blind and visually impaired people, and they're being helped by more than 500,000 volunteers. So there's absolutely no limit to how much they can call. You can call 150 times a day if you want to. So if you have issues distinguishing between products, or can't really figure out when the bus is leaving, or if you're at a new facility, if it's shampoo or if it's conditioner, all of these things can be really difficult in the life of a blind. Or if your screen reader is not working or the website is not as accessible, then you can use Be My Eyes for these purposes. And we have actually been using Eyeware to design the new version that we're coming out with soon. And this is something that really, really made a huge difference for us. Before, we used to blindfold both our developers and our testers, if they're not already blind, to see how it works with voiceover and how things actually works and sound. But using Eyeware, now we can really test it, how things look, both on a mobile app and on a web page, how things look with different visual impairments, and this is something that is really, really, really good. So where we're also heading with this is that we have an app that is completely designed to people with blindness, but we want to do that even better. So if you suffer from X, Y, or Z, we can actually change the colors of the interface, so you will have the best possible experiences using it as a visually impaired person. And this is something that was not possible before. Yes, we could maybe reach out to some of our many users and ask if they could test it, but this really allows us to test super, super fast and in a really good way. So this is something that already has proven to be really, really helpful for us, because it's really difficult for now I say normal, but sighted UX designers who are used to do normal, aesthetically pretty for a sighted design. But a tool like this really allows everyone to understand the issues and that they're trying to solve. And I think that that it's, for us at least, it's gonna make a huge difference both in developing our app, but also the online version that we are trying to make. So yeah, I don't know what else to say. I'm a huge fan, and I think that you can test faster and cheaper than ever before. So I suggest that you all check it out and use it.
Thank you. Thank you, guys. Yeah, I when we were planning this event, we had an event with Alexander last week for Be My Eyes, and I was telling him about this event this week, and I said, "Are you coming?" He said, "Yeah, we used their stuff," and I was like, "Really? I didn't even know it was out yet." And he said, "Yeah, oh yeah, we've been using it to redesign our new apps." I was like, "Well, you ought to come and tell everybody that." So yeah, so now I want to introduce the guys who really made this happen. They showed up on our doorstep 2 months ago. I think they just Googled us maybe or something and decided they were in town from the UK and they just didn't know who they were looking for blindness stuff. So they showed up on our doorstep, and within a couple hours we said, there's something really special here. And I can't tell you the amount of work they've put into it this over the past few months to show you what they're about to show you today. But I'm going to introduce Martin and Michael from Theia Immersive, and they're going to tell you about what they've created. So thank you, everyone.
Wow, that's quite an introduction. I'm a little bit taken back, to be honest. And I think that's kind of the story of what we've been developing over the last few months, well, last 12 months essentially. That what we thought was going to be a relatively small, useful tool has actually snowballed into potentially having applications in multiple industries and helping people of all different backgrounds. So I wanted to give a little bit of context to Theia and where we've come from, the type of work we've been doing prior to creating the tools that we have. And then we're going to move into describing what the app does, the type of applications, end users. We're going to even attempt a live demo, which is quite perilous, I suppose. But it worked before, so fingers crossed. Yeah, so we are Theia. We are soon to be a spin-out from the Transport Systems Catapult. In the UK, there are now 10 catapults, which are a government-funded organisation, which is its primary objective is to accelerate the adoption of technology to solve known barriers in industry. And funnily enough, the Transport Systems Catapult looks at transport. So we've taken on a small challenge of solving our transport issues with an ever-growing population, less infrastructure, and more people. So we're based in Milton Keynes, about 30 minutes north of London, in a new facility. And our overarching objective is to investigate the emerging industry called intelligent mobility. So this is the intelligent movement of people and goods. And that's only a small market potential of 900 billion per year by 2025. So it's really looking at all these new, really high-tech technologies, thinking about end customer experience, data, big data, AI, autonomous vehicles, and trying to stimulate thought processes and encouraging companies to move into this space, take advantage of this global market opportunity. And our role is to try and capture 10% of that for the UK companies. So one of the other kind of major issues with innovation, particularly in the UK, but is a common feature, is that you have great ideas in academia, they get good funding, they get developed, they prove a concept, and then the gap between industry adoption and academia is we refer to as a valley of death. I think it's quite a common thing. So if anybody's familiar with the technology readiness level, it's a technology maturity matrix created by NASA, and we've kind of adopted it. And this is where the catapults exist. Our role is to identify these great technologies, these great opportunities, bring companies and technologies together, identify overarching market needs, and find sources of government funding of different sources of funding that might be out there, and encourage and bring people together. So catapults are a matchmaker, for want of a bit of description. Now, within the catapult, the transport catapult, we've got 4 business units. So we've sectioned up this intelligent mobility market. We've got the autonomous transport system, so that's everything autonomous, automated from land, sea, air. You'll see on the next slide, we've been one of our flagship projects has been creating an autonomous vehicle to operate on pedestrianised space. As you can imagine, operating in an uncontrolled environment with lots of humans with distractions and different objectives is that step further than navigating on a road. And we've just completed that project in June last year. And that's now catalysed a whole load of other companies to be working in this space and striving for autonomous vehicles, something which the RNIB are particularly excited about. So the Royal National Institute for the Blind are our partners in the UK. The idea of being able to give freedom to people to not have to drive and move around and get to where they need to is really exciting for them and everybody else. So we're part of the modelling and visualisation team. We're the visualisation part of that, which I'll talk about more in a second. Then we've got customer experience, so user-centric design, thinking about service design for greater satisfaction, thinking about all the challenges that people face in their transport and when they move around. And then information exploitation, so that's big data, AI, all machine learning activities, tracking, that kind of stuff. So here on the screen is an image of the pod that we built. So this is actually a virtual image of it. I'll explain why in a second, but these are the autonomous vehicles that are now hosting and a number of sensors and autonomous control systems. And within visualization, our objectives are essentially to look into virtual reality and augmented reality. We saw an opportunity for a new medium to transform an industry that is traditionally quite slow at adopting new technologies. And particularly in communicating the really complex issues with transports and systems design and simulation. And there's, in my perspective, there's no better medium than visually showing something. People see it, they see it moving, they interact with it, they get it. So that was a bit of a leap of faith 2 years ago when I was asked as a human factors person to investigate VR and AR. And it's not very often in life you get the chance to kind of have a change of career and move in a different direction. And the idea is if you can be more immersive, involve more senses in those experiences, then you can make better decisions. You can gain greater insight from customers. You don't have to go out and wait for something to happen. You can instigate it and see people's reactions to those changes. We also engage heavily with academia, obviously for that feeding into the process of new ideas and technologies. Also feed ideas back to them to start working on areas we can work collaboratively. And then, as a result of all that, we can then give industry advice. So to really showcase and give us a space to experiment with all this technology, immersive technologies, we needed to build a lab, which we pieced together over a number of years and was completed in June last year. So, as Jesper mentioned, the company's about to become CEO for. We came across this OmniDeck, which is essentially it's a treadmill which goes in every direction from the centre. Lots of rollers which are powered, and when you combine that with a virtual reality headset, you are suddenly allowed to naturally move through a virtual environment of any size. So I often refer to it for the Trekkies out there, saying this is the holodeck of the 21st century. For people who don't get Trekkie, I say it stops you bumping into the walls. We've been building up this capability and building up tool sets. So we've got both a bike simulator using VR again. One of the problems with bike simulators before is that they had screens located in a lab, but you're still in a lab. You don't really get the idea and the context of the traffic moving around you. You haven't got the sounds, you haven't got the smells. Smells are a bit more challenging with VR, but there are some things. There are actually some products in that space, and that's one of the interesting lessons, is that if you think of something, somebody started to build it. There's something out there. So our role is to look at all these technologies and see, well, what's really good, what's mature, what's immature, what can be easily integrated, what can't, so that we can give that independent advice to industry to save them spending loads of money buying kit, training people up. They can come to us as an independent organisation and we can say, well, this works in this way, and you integrate it in this fashion. And these are the skills your companies need. And here are the companies out there who can offer that service to you. So part of that matchmaking activity. So we run a lot of experience sessions as a result of all this kit, get people in, get them thinking. This is a company that came to us, which I think is still my favourite company name out there. Elephants Can't Jump. And they're a brand design advice consultancy. So they wanted to come to us because they thought, oh, this VR stuff could be useful for store design, some of our customers, and helping people get to places that they can't get to otherwise. And you can probably see they had a good time. So the chap who we've got the headset on, you can about see here, he is playing with a rocket and seeing it flying around him. And it's a really tough job, because I have to convince my colleagues at work that I'm not having fun every day. We have to look at games technology and see where the guys are pushing it, they've got the budgets and they've got the manpower and skills, and then try and extract from that what can be used in the transport sector. And these guys have gone away and have really, really inspired us as to what they can potentially do with their clients. One of the areas of particularly fond to my heart, because as I mentioned, I'm a human factors consultant. One of my I worked at Jaguar Land Rover for 5 years, and believe it or not, working in a car industry, engineering cars, human factors are the last on the pecking order of people that get cars. And yet we need to know how the cars work and what the features, how features work well and how they don't, and implementing new features. So I think around the back of all this, I've been secretly trying to develop a new way of conducting user trials using virtual reality. One of the linking into the autonomous vehicle project, allowing you to place participants in a virtual world with virtual autonomous vehicles moving in a number of ways, with any number of user interfaces on them, and be able to rapidly iterate those design concepts with no risk assessment, no insurance paperwork, no weather implications, no cost of finding trial environments and sectioning things off. It really transforms what you can do with evaluating the art of the possible. And I think this is where VR is really, really powerful. When you can create those virtual environments and create those interactions, you have the ability to iterate as much as you want to. And that, I think, is a massive time saver, and I think it's going to enhance the quality of products that we design, just simply be able to test and iterate without having to involve teams of people and loads of money and requesting those budgets to do things that you think you need to do but is cost prohibitive. So I'm going to quickly show you 2 videos. We've built a virtual Milton Keynes to test these autonomous cars and do trials in, just to give you a flavour of the space and the type of tools we've been using. So you see the OmniDeck is a central part of the lab, being such a big item. And it's actually the first thing we bought. We've now bought a race car simulator, again making it hard about this, I'm having to work at work. But with VR, we can create any interior concept we want to. And we've got electromechanical actuators on the side to create the haptic sensation. From the point of view of sensory input to VR, the biggest challenge is what sensory inputs should we actually use, and what's the return on investment of recreating those sensory experiences. So one thing that we found particularly is that haptics are good, but they can be expensive. But 3D sound as a means of augmenting that experience is massively transforming. If anybody has a chance to get hold of a VR headset, try Trials of Tatooine, the Star Wars experience, because directional sound and interactivity and all kinds of stuff. It's really quite cool. Okay, so if you can imagine what that looks like on a driving simulator and people reacting inside a car, that's what the other video would have shown. But I really want to move on to onto Theia and what we're here to talk about, and that is visual impairment simulation tools. So probably about 12 months ago now, the Royal National Institute for the Blind came in to talk to us about customer experience and how they could improve transport services. And particularly that last mile, that signage, that experience of moving through a space, how to make it more fluid, and talking to us about the technologies that could help that. And a chance conversation about gaming technology giving you superhuman powers led to, well, can we take your powers away? Which said, yeah, okay, we can do that. So as a result of that, we initiated a project to start to think about how we could recreate visual impairments. And Kyle, who's not here, has spent many, many days reading through scientific papers, talking to the experts at the RNIB, going back and forth to try and find a consensus about what a visual impairment should look like, and also at 3 different severity levels. So we've now got an app, which hopefully you guys have all downloaded. If you haven't, then come and talk to me afterwards and we'll show you where to download it from. That allows you to experience what 6 eye conditions are at 3 levels of severity. Now, what we originally intended for this app, excuse me, was for it to be a tool to assist the RNIB in engaging with their funding circles, engaging with designers to help them to communicate what these challenges are. And what's happened, I mean, it's really snowballed in terms of further applications. So as well as a tool for the general public, we've actually identified that supporting design review, actually being able to go to a space and audit it and look around it with stakeholders, with the owners, with the customers, all walking around with a simple Google Cardboard and a mobile phone, will be massively useful in informing that initial design decision and process. Getting those customers to engage and feedback is incredibly valuable. We then got on to talking about staff training. The RNIB and likewise the Lighthouse, they have training activities for different types of users to gain awareness and understanding of visual conditions. So the ability to go to a company and explain to them how improving the customer experience by greater awareness and the way they present themselves, the words they use, how they support people to move around that environment, is really potentially very transformative. There's a lot of data out there saying that if you can design and customize your service for those with the biggest challenge, it makes it better for everybody. And we've seen this a number of times in the work we've been doing with them. The other application, of course, is in academia. If we can get this as a tool embedded into training courses of all sorts, people start to have greater understanding and awareness of what these conditions are like and improve the products they design. And as a result of those other areas, we're starting to look now at professional licenses, where we can work with organisations, get feedback and improve the product and iterate. And we've got a quite exciting meeting actually on Tuesday at SFSU, where they're going to be the world's first academic organisation to use these as part of their academic training tools. So just a couple of videos again. So this is to show context of how you might use it for an environmental audit. This is Milton Keynes train station. And then we're going to move on to a store design and customer service video to show how the challenges and ways that you can improve store layout and customer interaction. So very simply, staff could download the app, use the cardboard, and start to navigate around that space. And this video is split up into four corners here: glaucoma, diabetic retinopathy, cataracts, and wet AMD. And it gives you an understanding very quickly of what you can see, what's obscured, what those challenges are for people navigating through that space. Particularly bad about Milton Keynes train station is when you get off the train, it's not clear where the exit is, where the lifts are. The signs are very small and not very colour contrast. this video here is for the O2 store in Milton Keynes as well, where we actually we got permission to come and video in this store, and unfortunately there's a bit of an ugly model doing this one here. To look at how he approached me. Didn't give any kind of prep that we were going to come in and we wanted to buy a phone. One thing, I mean, we'd only just finished the app at this point, so this is the first time I put the app on and had it strapped to my head and walked in there and started to think about the layout of the store. You know, what printed media is there? What information was available to me? I mean, what's fantastic for people who don't have a visual impairment is, you know, this kind of a lounge style layout. You know, there's chairs and couches, and there's places to play around with the products. But the actual product placement is right at the very back of the store. It's very hard to see with different impairments. There isn't a clear "come here to get help" kiosk. The payment counter is over to the left behind a number of displays. The member of staff came up to me from the side and completely surprised me. He didn't really announce who he was. The gurus equivalent of Apple geniuses wear a blue hoodie with no clear indication of their name. He didn't offer me an arm to hold on to take me, to lead me to the products I was interested in. And so this really links in with the training and guidance. You know, that this app is not a tool which solves the problems. You know, there's the expertise and the knowledge that the Lighthouse and the RNIB bring to the mix. This is simply a tool to help engage in conversation and to highlight certain challenges. But we still need to have the experts who live this and breathe this every day and can give loads of, you know, targeted advice about how to optimize designs. I love the use of blue and black.
I've got a visual impairment. I've been told you'd be able to help me find a phone. That'd be good for me.
Particularly if you have any kind of cataract, you just lose the text completely immediately. Okay, so it leads me over to there. One thing great out of this, we actually went to the Guru's annual conference and we started talking about the tool. And the more we talk to people about Eyeware, the more people come with ideas of how to use it. They even thought, well, actually, could we get new phones as they're released and look at the accessibility features, and then actually for ourselves try and work out what the best features are on different phones. So when somebody comes in and say, I've got glaucoma, well, actually, maybe this product here with this setting would be optimal to help you with the use of the phone. So there's huge potential there. Right, and I was going to move on to the virtual reality part of the conversation. So as a result of building this app in AR, which was useful for people to look at stuff in their context, we actually thought, VR is really interesting because that gives us a whole load of other capabilities to manipulate that space, create different visual features you can't do with a mobile device, but then also to make that environment interactive, being able to rapidly move between eye conditions, looking at color blindness, looking at palettes, moving items around, turning lights on and off, moving the sun in the sky. Gives you a real understanding of what a space will be like to use throughout many different conditions. Because we're using real-time lighting, we actually get reactive responses to colours being applied to walls, to different material types. We've simulated a virtual cane, so we can look at haptics and auditory feedback for different types of surfaces. And it's we've been doing this. We've been developing this Lighthouse product over about 3-4 weeks. So it's quite early days. It's stable. It's working, and it's getting some really good feedback. So just about the tool sets, we've added color blindness and visual acuity onto the eye conditions. We can now edit the environment, move things around, add components. We've got real-time lighting. We can check and validate. So one of the functions we've got is a color contrast checker. So you can select 2 different colors on 2 different surfaces to help you to accentuate doorways, windows, any features in the environment that's important. We've also started to integrate 3D audio, so you get some spatial sound recognition to hear how the sound propagates off the walls as you walk around. Now, next steps, because there's always a next step. The real value of this type of tool is, and because VR is an isolating experience, you really want to bring as many people in as possible. Now, what we're going to show you today is great, but you have to come here to experience it. So wouldn't it be great if you could log in from your laptop and participate in a design review and provide your feedback in a timely manner? From my experience of product design cycles, it takes a long time to get people in the right place to have a conversation, to then write down what was discussed, which is a verbal interpretation of a physical three-dimensional space, which then gets misinterpreted, and then you have a meeting 4 weeks later, you then have a discussion, that's not what I thought, let's go back again. Wouldn't it be great if we could get people in a space and they could live edit that and make adjustments, talk about it? Like a computer game, you can have an action replay of your most amazing 3D model changing activity, record the audio, save the output, and that output then becomes something that can be translated back into CAD to see if that concept is viable. So that's we've developed that with our partners on Infinity. We've been talking about the technology behind that. It's definitely possible. That's our next step. And I think from the real value of that interactive design capability is going to have huge impacts on the way we design products, the pace, the cost, and most importantly, getting advice early on means you don't have to make all those fixes at the end of a product design life cycle because you haven't had the advice at the right time. So it's going to be really transformative in the way we work as teams and can engage with people anywhere in the world. You know, imagine you've got a shopping list of the best consultants in disability and design, in architecture, whatever, and you can just call them and say, could you join a meeting? Click on this link. Right, I've got 3 options here. Which one's the right one to go for? That one. Brilliant, great. Right, move on. So you're not wasting your time going down an avenue that's not going to add any value down the line. Okay, so that's the Theia Expert Associates and VR User Trials. Right, so I'm going to now hand over to my colleague Michael, who's going to describe some of the user interface and functionality of this of Project Oasis. So I'm going to pull out the cable and you can put it in. Okay.
Fantastic, thank you, Martin. Right, okay, yeah, so what I'm going to show you, have I sound quite accurate? Is that okay? Awesome. Right, yeah, so what I'm going to show you is a early prototype of a system that's been developed. So Project Oasis, and in essence, this is a kind of a VR design tool. So you can go ahead and you can make architectural design changes. In this example, we're going to be looking at the 10th floor of the Lighthouse. So we've got this entire kind of 10th floor. We're going to be taking a look at how this space looks with all of the conditions, the vision impairments from the Eyeware app. So we've taken those filters and applied them into a full immersive virtual environment. So I'm going to kind of show you what I'm looking at through this experience. It's going to be sent to the screens around you. If you start to feel a bit dizzy, just kind of look away for a few seconds and look back. So you're kind of looking at what I'm seeing, so it can be a little bit disorientating. So we're going to be looking at how that environment looks through visual impairments. We're going to be making colour changes to the walls, signage. We're going to be taking a look at how to adjust lighting in real time and the effects that has on the filters, the visual impairments. So I'll jump into that experience now. So what you're going to be seeing is essentially initially the reception area that you may have seen on the entrance of this floor. So I'm just going to pop this guy on. Okay. Awesome. Right. Hopefully you guys can see what I'm seeing. Yeah. So in essence, switch these guys around. We can see essentially a full 3D real-time representation of the Lighthouse reception. And I'm going to go ahead and start to cycle through various visual impairments. So you can see the 2 controllers in front of me. So obviously you guys are going to have a chance to get your hands on this shortly and have a go and see what you guys think of this. So I'm just going to start off by cycling through a few different conditions. So we can see here we have a menu straight in front of me. We can see initially we've got colour blindness, we've got deuteranopia, we've got protanopia as well, and tritanopia. So if I just look around slowly, we can see here how this environment looks with these varying types of colour blindness. If I just cycle through, we can see that we've got dry AMD and again 3 stages. We've got wet AMD. Let's go around to diabetic retinopathy as well. We've got glaucoma. We've got cataracts. So we can see here again, we can cycle through the various stages of this. We've got retinitis pigmentosa, early, intermediate, and late stage. So you can see that the late stages are quite restrictive in terms of functionality and what I'm able to kind of perceive in this space. And also a new feature that we've kind of just developed is visual acuity. So we can see here, if I just cycle back to 2200, you've got 2400 and 2600. So you can see on 2600 that actually the environment's quite hard to really perceive and understand. But what we can see is we can still see the reception. We can see the red fabric on the couches, and I can just about make out the deep oak staircase over in the distance. Okay, if I just turn this guy off, so we can see if I just teleport over to this signage just here. So we can see that I can this signage is quite legible. I can read this text, and we've got the lighthouse in the lighthouse orange here. If I just go ahead and switch the colour blindness mode on, we can see what effects this has. So again, tritanopia has quite a large effects on this. Deuteranopia and protanopia as well. Also, if I just go ahead and check out the visual acuity, so 2200, I can kind of still see this text. The environment around me is ever so slightly kind of out of focus. 2400, things start to become a little bit difficult to read. And 2600 again, I can still read it. If I just take a few steps backwards, I'm starting to kind of not be able to read this now. So 2600 from this distance, I'm really struggling to see that. So to switch back to 2200, I can pretty much read it now. Okay. So I just want to kind of show you how we can go ahead and navigate this space. So as I mentioned, we've got the full kind of 10th floor of this of the lighthouse. So I can just go around. I'm just going to go to the cafe area, heading towards the multi-purpose rooms where we're kind of based now. I'll just kind of jump in there so we can see. This is kind of where I'm kind of almost based. So I'm going to jump back out to the cafe location. So if I just head over to near the video conference room, it's going to show you a really useful feature that we've integrated. So we can go ahead on the left controller here, and we've got a menu in virtual reality. I can go ahead and select colour, and I've got a colour picker. So we've actually preset and preloaded a number of kind of colour groups. I'm going to go ahead and select the purple option. And I'm just going to start to apply these colours to the environments around me. So I can go ahead and apply these colour schemes to the environment and start to understand what effects this has whilst looking through the eyes of somebody with a vision impairment. So for example, we can go ahead and test out that contrast with visual acuity. So 2200, that's still looking pretty good. 400. If I just go ahead and apply that colour to the signage, all of a sudden I can't really see what sort of room this is. So I know that I understand that this is A, but anybody with sort of severe visual acuity, they're going to struggle to understand where they're actually based. So if I just turn this guy back off again, and I can go ahead and apply a kind of deeper colour to that signage, and again we can go ahead and we can test how this looks through the eyes of somebody with various vision impairments here. So we've got cataracts, intermediate and late, and we can see the effects that this has on somebody. So when I turn around, we can see that I'm kind of looking across at the cafe again with the cataracts active, and we've got the option to affect the lighting in this space as well. So if I just go ahead and jump back to the main menu, on the left hand, on the bottom right here, we have the option to turn off the interior lighting, as well as set the lighting conditions at medium and high as well. So I'm just going to go ahead and set the lighting to low. Let's just turn it off to start with. So we can see I've turned the interior lighting off now. I'm going to go ahead and turn this guy back on. So I'm going to go to medium and set this to high. So we can really see how we can go ahead and see what the environment looks like with obviously low lighting. I'll go ahead and apply cataracts to this. So you can see it's kind of difficult to understand the space. If I just go and turn the lighting to high, kind of medium, we can see that this environment's kind of a little more clear to me. Okay, let's go ahead and turn this vision impairment off now. So I'm back to the coloration as well. I think it's worth mentioning the fact that we've actually included a colour contrast kind of picker. So I'll just go ahead and show that to you guys. So I'm going to go to color and contraster. So I can actually select the signage color. So I'm going to go ahead and select the black, and I'll go ahead and select the background color, which is the purple. You can see here that now I can run a calculation, and it's telling me that this has actually failed. So this is telling me that this kind of color combination is probably not a good option. So we can actually go ahead and redesign the color scheme of the space and analyze how successful or unsuccessful that color scheme is. Okay, so we have the option to teleport to different locations around the lighthouse. I'm just going to jump into the empathy lab. So this space is actually where the store is on the 10th floor. So I'm actually inside of the store now. Our kind of interpretation of the store as an empathy lab. And inside here, we've actually got some Sullen charts on the wall, on the far wall over there. And we have a marker on the ground just here, which is 6 meters from that. Okay, let me just head over there. Okay, so I'm now 6 meters from the Sullen chart, so I can now test out the accuracy levels. So this is 20-200. I'm really struggling to read the Sullen chart. Okay. And again, on 2400, I'm really struggling to see pretty much anything beyond these materials on the left here. And on 2600, I'm really struggling to even tell that there's a Sullen chart on that wall over there. So we can see that that's kind of working out. On the left-hand side, we can see here that we have a number of materials from the lighthouse building. So we have the wood materials, the concrete, and the carpet material used in the lighthouse building. If we had audio active right now, we could actually go ahead and hear how these materials sound using the virtual cane that we've developed. So when I kind of tap the ground surface, I'm actually feeling haptics from this ground on the controller. We can also tap these guys. I can feel how these materials actually react to the cane. And I'm also able to hear with the headset how these materials sound in this space as well. So that's a kind of a really interesting feature. Over at the back here, we've actually got a bunch of swatches from the lighthouse building. So we can kind of look at the plastics, the woods, and the glass, and the materials used across the building. And with colour blindness active, for example, we can see what effects this has on the various materials used around the lighthouse building and how those can be perceived. Okay, over in the corner, just over here, we can see that we've got a range of devices. So I can go ahead and pick one of these devices up. I'm just going to turn the menu off 1 second. Okay, and now we can go ahead and pick up one of these guys and take a look at this interface and the device. So we can see that's kind of useful. And if we go and apply, for example, Mercedes pigmentosa, late stage, we can start to understand how this is perceived to somebody with this stage. And again, if we go to dry AMD, early, intermediate, and late stage, I'm really struggling with that one. Okay. I'll put that guy back. Right, so just one last thing actually. I'm just going to head out of the empathy lab just now. I just put this guy open. As you can see, we're still in the lighthouse building. Let's go ahead down to the design lab. So we've placed a kind of design lab just here to showcase a few additional features that we've included in this experience. So in front of me we have a grid on the floor. We have some colour theory swatches on the wall to the left of me. So we've actually got we're developing the functionality and the features to be able to place objects and design a space around the user inside of virtual reality. So I can go ahead and select model. And for example, if you've got a preloaded set of furniture, I'm going to apply a chair now to the environment. So by selecting the chair from the menu, I can go ahead and start positioning objects around the space, around me. So maybe a couch as well. Okay, so you can start to kind of design and play around with this space. So we're kind of looking forward to see how you guys use this as well. I'm just going to head over to this section here. So we've got some colour theory here. So we've got some reds and yellows and purples. If I just turn this menu off 1 second. I can actually kind of reach in and select one of these colours. I'll apply it to the wall just here. So I'm going to go ahead and select yellow. I'll apply it to this wall. Go for blue. I'll apply it over here. So we can start to understand and play around with colour theory in this space as well. So, and again, we can assess this whilst looking through the eyes of colour blindness, deuteranopia, photonopia. Let's see what effects this has on the environment. I think it's just worth mentioning as well that this colour blindness is using an MIT algorithm as well, so it's pretty accurate. That's pretty much it. Oh, there you guys are.
Thank you, Michael. So, Michael, whilst you were having fun in VR, your laptop crashed on me. So, could you mind coming over and putting your password back in for us, please? Thank you. As Michael mentioned, the colour blindness algorithm is an MIT-based algorithm, and all the other eye conditions are essentially the Royal National Institute for the Blind approved. We are now seeking world. I can't remember the name of the association. The official world representative for eye conditions are going to be reviewing those. So that's being the most accurate representation of what eye conditions are today. Michael, is it okay? Hasn't worked. So I think I remember the last slide. So essentially, the way we think that these two tools can work is if you think about the design process from early research, concept, development through to final implementation, we feel that Eyeware is probably most likely to and useful to be applied in the early stages, helping to engage with customers, to do some site surveys and collect information from stakeholders. And as you progress through to the development phase of a project where you start to create 3D content, that's where Project Oasis can start to add its value. Now, one of the questions that we've had before about creating VR worlds is, it does take a little bit of time to create. But the benefits that we've seen to date of actually creating this 3D model is it has longevity throughout the project, but also a value to the end customer, because that environment can be used to train staff up if you have an access to a virtual reality lab, or if you can send out experiences which you can distribute via Google Cardboard or a mobile phone. Staff can start to get an understanding of their space. You can actually get them to input into that design process. It can then have value applications from the security services point of view. Where should we put CCTVs? Where should we place those things? How should we react in a fire evacuation? And I forgot to mention that as the team back at the Transport Systems Catapult, the modelling guys, they're transport modelers, so we can actually integrate approved validated transport simulations, but also pedestrian simulations, so you can start to inject lots of pedestrians moving through a space, so it's no longer an isolated, quiet experience. You can actually see it through the eyes of somebody at different eye heights, maybe a wheelchair user or a child. Actually, we had a conversation with the guide dogs about could we have the perspective of a guide dog, so we can actually provide visual cues that the dog would use to navigate and help their owner to navigate around. And I forgot my last point now. And the security services, I mentioned already. So, so it has longevity, essentially. I think that's it, guys. So thank you very much for listening. We're going to now move on to a demonstration of Eyeware on your left. If you want to go on Project Oasis or watch somebody using it, then by all means. So thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, guys. And just to kind of elaborate a little bit on that, so we do have our rehabilitation staff in the video conference room, 1040, which is the room behind the glass wall just out to your right when you leave this room. And we have not only our Director of Rehabilitation Services who does the blindness training at Lighthouse, but also some of our orientation and mobility trainers who teach people to navigate with canes. So as you are going through this sort of augmented reality experience with the cardboard, our staff can help you kind of put in context a little bit the blindness experience. So please go out there and talk to our staff out there and enjoy watching the VR simulations We're gonna ask. Also, there's plenty of coffee, refreshments, and snacks and stuff outside. And if anyone didn't get lunch, I think we still have a few left. And then in about a half an hour or 40 minutes, I'm gonna ask everyone to just gather back here for a little wrap up, where we're going to kind of wrap things up with a little panel, sort of from the blindness perspective on why we think this is such a valuable partnership. So, and we'll have time for questions then as well. So, thank you, everyone.
So yeah, how does this work?
I have no idea. They gave us this cardboard thing.
Yeah.
now. If I could just ask Michael or Martin or both of you to just join me up here, and I don't know, Mike, I know Mike is eager also to talk about some of the ways he wants to. Yeah, Alexander had to leave. I'm also going to ask. Other folks here want to participate in it? Okay, good. I'm also going to ask Kathy Abramson, our Director of Rehabilitation Services, to join us. Kathy, are you?
I'm fine here.
What's that? Okay. Yeah, because I think, just to wrap everything up before everyone scatters, we do kind of want to, in many ways, try to continue to build that bridge between what the Lighthouse teaches and what the core skills that we give people with this kind of simulation of blindness. Because I think in some ways, the idea of simulating blindness is a little bit fraught in some ways, because the people who live functional lives as blind people do so with a skill set that is very foreign to those who have sight. So I think one of the important things to realize about this tool is it is just that kind of a tool, as like a design tool, a conversation starter, a jumping off point for kind of blindness experts and the designers who are trying to make more inclusive products to have conversations that are productive. So I don't know, Kathy, are you here? No.
Actually, Kat's going to be Kat.
Kat, okay.
We're interchangeable today.
Yeah, I was hoping before we get into some of the more kind of techie questions for Theia, we could talk a little bit, Kat, just about, Kat's one of our orientation and mobility instructors here at Lighthouse, and she actually teaches, when someone becomes blind, she teaches them how to get around. And I was wondering, like, what do you see when you look at this tool? How is it useful to you, or what does it do for you?
Thanks, Will. Hi, I'm Kat, and so I'm really excited about this tool. I don't know if you've ever seen any of the former simulators that we used to work with, but they were these giant goggles with things like pasted to them to try to simulate these different eye conditions. And so this is such a really cool tool that has been developed since then. But the biggest thing for me is the functionality of vision is so much more important than a diagnosis. So even though right now it's designed in a way that it has kind of these diagnoses and these different levels, every single person that walks through our door has kind of different vision. And so when I sit down with a student and I ask them what they see, sometimes they're saying, it's like looking through a fog, or I can see your nose on your face, but I can't see your eyes at the same time. Or, you're in my blind spot right now, but if I look to your side, now I can see you. Yeah. So someone can come into our doors and have the exact same diagnosis as somebody else, and their vision is totally different. Or two people with different diagnoses, their functionality is almost identical. So think about that a lot when you're potentially using this app to look around, that, it's a lot about functionality. And I think what they're talking about is potentially adding in the acuity piece also on top, layering that on top of the different types of functionality, because so many people that walk in will have both reduced acuity and also, blind spots or whatever. So there's a big variety of things that people deal with. So think about that when you're designing.
Mm-hmm. And I think, thinking of this as a communication tool, right, as opposed to necessarily a solution in and of itself is I think really effective, because I've talked about earlier how I've spent just countless hours in doctor's offices trying to explain to a surgeon or to a specialist what am I seeing, because that's such an important piece of feedback for their for their purposes, for, you know. And I think to be able to point to something and say, yeah, that's kind of like what I'm seeing is also a hugely has a lot of potential as a communication device. Mike, what are you thinking about when you think about how you're going to apply these tools in creating good technology?
Thanks. You know, one of the things that occurs to me when I think about this is every 5-year-old knows, and I'm going to reflect on something you said about it being a tool. Every 5-year-old knows they can use their powers for good or evil, right? And it's up to you how you use them. And this tool is the same way. If you misrepresent it and say, this is what blindness is like, that's not using the tool really for what it's intended. But if you can use it as we're thinking about it in our Yahoo Accessibility Lab, when we're introducing sighted designers and engineers to the concept of disability, we need to get them interested and started and start the conversation. And so for us, this tool has a lot of different uses. One of the first ones really is just, hey, did you know there's accessibility things on your phone in your pocket? And usually the answer is, really? I had no idea. Oh, well, let's go explore that. And sometimes they're like, well, what's it like to have vision loss? Because when I think of someone who's blind, I think it's just black. We're like, no, that's not the common thing. There's lots of vision loss and different things in between. And this helps us just start that conversation in a way that people go, oh, now I know what to ask, right? And that's a major part of getting people interested and aware and engaged. And then we can move to the other use of the tool, which might be for evaluation or simulation or something like that. So we're gonna use this in our lab, and we're looking already at ways we can integrate it into our program. But as a conversation starter and as an evaluation tool, or just in our case, what we found is the experience of it has been lasting. So people who come through and use these types of tools, and we've been using the same mechanical, really big, clunky goggles and things like that. So I totally get where you're coming from there. And we don't have enough of them, which is the other big problem. But what we found is when people have that experience, it's very emotional. And they'll come back to us in a year and say, I've moved, I've changed teams, I'm working on a different project, but I remember that experience. And I remember I need to do something about it. And so I'm coming back to ask for your help to build an accessible thing. And for us, that has been amazing and really been a transformative thing in terms of how accessibility has been integrated at Yahoo.
That's great. Yeah. I know from the Lighthouse's perspective, we've moved so much into consulting and user testing for all this great technology that's out there, and we can't wait to have a tool like this to kind of like support our feedback. You know, when we give feedback as the experts in blindness, people love our feedback. People are hungry for feedback, but at the end of the day, it's only as good as our words, right? And like you said, using words to translate a condition that's inside your, you know, or that's generated from a combination of your brain processing and your eyeballs is just like, we don't have a lot of words to describe those things. So having a tool to support that work that we do is going to be excellent. Does anyone have any kind of questions for the guys who created these tools and from the Theia guys who we brought out from the UK? I'm sure they'd love to.
Ask them what a Milton Keynes is.
Yeah. I mean, even if it's just practical questions about, you know, where
the candy bar. What is a Milton Keynes?
What is Milton Keynes?
Yeah, Milton Keynes is actually just a city about 50 miles north of London. It's actually where we're based. Yeah, it sounds like something you would eat, but yeah, we do live there. Well, I live there. Martin lives north of there. So, yeah.
There was a conversation we had at a table talking about this. Sorry about that. I was just going to say there was a conversation we had at the table about the difference between modeling an indoor environment like the Lighthouse versus an outdoor environment. I don't know if you had a chance to cover that, or maybe just talk a little about what it's like to model something outdoors.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. So typically for an outdoor environment, we've actually developed techniques over at the catapults in the UK of kind of scanning and rapidly producing procedural modeled environments of large urban spaces and full city environments. So we're kind of looking into, obviously, the larger picture as well with regards to urban design and transportation. So, yeah, it's great to kind of model an interior space. I'm going to get to those kind of fine details of that interior. But, yeah, we're certainly looking into larger scale modeling and design as well. Martin, jump in as well.
Yeah, it's working. So, yeah, we've been investigating different processes. So, actually creating city models from data sets that have been collected by mapping companies. For example, in the UK, we have Ordnance Survey, and they have a building footprint for every building that exists there. They have road information. They have pavement width. They have pavement height. They have street. There are databases for street signs, for tree positions. So using that information, and we've come across some interesting companies, one of which is called Mantle, which is based in Unity, where you can actually generate an entire environment, I think about 2 square miles, within hours. Now, the big question with any kind of 3D environment you build is how accurate do you need it? Now, we've gone to the extreme with our autonomous vehicle project of going, we want it to be as accurate as we can. So at the time, we managed to get it down to 20 centimeters of accuracy or better. And that was useful for when running user trials, looking at how people interact with autonomous vehicles. But if you want something that is 0.5 meter, then you can do that in probably 1/4 of the time. If you want something that's 2 centimeters accurate, well, actually, the latest LiDAR technology, there's a company called Leica Geosystems that creates these really expensive scanning technologies. They can be mounted onto a train, onto a vehicle, or onto a person. You can walk around. It creates a 3D point cloud with imagery that you can then use to trace to create the environment. So you're no longer guessing of what something is. You have that ability to take, you know exactly there, and you know how accurate it is. We're also talking to companies who conduct aerial surveying with drones. So both rotary drones as well as fixed wing, where you can use photogrammetry and fly above a cityscape or an urban environment, and depending on how low you are and how many passes, you can get down to below 20 centimeters of accuracy again. But at the moment, you can't really, if you want something that looks like the real thing, and you want it to be as, very accurate, there's no replacement for handcrafting today. But what we're trying to do is look at how we can fuse all those different data sets and tools and processes to accelerate that, because that's the biggest barrier to the adoption of virtual reality and virtual environments. Is if you can reduce the cost of creating that environment, then it just opens up the opportunities for people to then use it. It's no longer a question mark or it's a bit expensive and the budget won't quite hold it. You go, let's just go and do it. So we're trying to investigate that, and hopefully if anybody's interested, we can get some advice on that space.
That's great.
We'll let you get a question.
Yeah.
So what exactly are the environments that you guys have created already that are ready for for people to use? And then another question about what exactly is the status with you guys in the cane, and what are your plans for that?
Yeah, absolutely. Environment-wise, we've actually modelled we've modelled Milton Keynes, which is obviously where we're kind of based as a company as well. So we've taken, as Martin just mentioned, aerial surveys of the environments. We've taken GIS data. We've even taken point cloud data scanned by Leica Geosystems, and using Leica Geosystems products, it was scanned by a surveying company in Milton Keynes. And essentially, we took that data and we produced a 3D representation of the environments. And the really cool thing is we can use that as a virtual test ground for autonomous vehicles. We could use it as a virtual test ground for Bluetooth beacons, for example. So there's lots of different applications of using a virtual test environment of a large scale. With regards to...
I was going to say, in terms of the spaces we've modelled Milton Keynes. We've modelled our office in Milton Keynes. It's a bit of a theme coming out here. We've modelled here, but with some of these tools, we can model anywhere in a matter of hours. It just comes down to how accurate it needs to be and the type of application. We've got a project starting when we get home, so there's no respite. We're going straight back to the UK, straight into it, where we were teaming up with the RNIB and Peterborough City Council to recreate their central city environment. There's 3 routes that customers to the RNIB need to take, and they're all perilous and confusing. And the idea is actually, can we create a virtual representation of that environment? We're talking about a 4 to 6 week turnaround time, and embed these virtual Bluetooth beacons. So we're no longer going out and guessing where things should go and trying to get power to them and trying to work out communications. We can work out exactly where they need to go, how many they need to be, what messages they need to give. So instead of holding up a controller, you would get a mobile phone with a message on it, or a haptic input, or auditory feedback, and get that optimized in VR before going into the real world. And then the next stage is to actually implement those technologies.
Yeah, I think it's worth mentioning as well that because the environments that we're actually creating for the virtual world are so accurate, we're starting to think about how we can use those environments to actually help wayfinding in the real world. So rather than having to rely on heavy GPS systems and positioning systems and scanning devices, we could load those environments onto a mobile device in a lightweight format and help someone through, for example, a doorway. So it's easy to get somebody to a store or a shop, but it's quite difficult to get them through the doorway, into the store, and to a sales representative. So using those accurate, seriously accurate, to kind of 3mm accuracy environments, theoretically we could take those that geometry of that space, load it into a mobile device, and guide somebody step by step through those spaces. So.
And there's some really interesting mobile technologies now. So Google Tango is now offering depth sensing. You've got the technologies from Microsoft HoloLens, so you can actually go into a space and it can scan that environment. And if you have a model created of that environment, created by many different ways, there's loads of different technologies out there, you can then reference what was there when it was scanned to what's actually there and identify where people are. And some of the stuff the RNIB are doing, they've been working on accelerating and adopting technologies for quite a few years now. They've got loads of interesting companies looking at auditory positioning of people using different soundscapes and identifying stairs with different auditory tones, etc. So yeah, it's a really exciting time.
Yeah.
I think the interesting thing is fusing these technologies together to solve real world problems.
And just onto the second question with regards to the cane simulation as well. So yeah, there's certainly some work to do on that functionality. So we're looking at obviously haptics and the feel of surfaces. So over in the virtual reality experience, we could see that we're able to recreate physical and material properties in terms of visuals. So how a material looks in terms of lighting, how it looks when the sunlight hits it in interior lighting. With that, we can actually employ how that surface feels to touch. So using haptic gloves, we could touch that surface and feel that. And we could also see how that surface feels through the vibration of a white cane as well. In addition to that, we're actually talking about creating kind of audio feedback as well. So recording 360 sound using 360 headphones and sound systems to recreate exactly how that cane would sound hitting that exact material in that location. So creating audio zones that accurately represent audio feedback for those surfaces inside of that space as well.
I know, just to look at it from the other side real quick, like from the perspective of someone with a low vision or a visual impairment, just the ability to go check out explore a space with no real world consequences, right, is huge. I mean, to be able to give someone the ability to come check out our office and learn it inside and out before they come visit for the first time with a cane especially, to be able to arrive and then know, here, and feel like they know the building, has a huge potential. And you start to see where our minds start to run with ideas here. But just about, getting to know, like, for instance, I was telling them the example of how we're right here across the street from Civic Center Plaza, right, from UN Plaza. And I couldn't tell you, I couldn't tell you the first thing about how UN Plaza is laid out, in terms of there's a fountain, there's a farmer's market. I don't know. I don't really know. And it's because anyone who knows that environment knows you don't just, especially as someone with a visual impairment, you don't just go out there and poke around, really. At least not unless you're sort of adventurous. So how great to be able to, go explore UN Plaza, and then go out there with some level of confidence about what
the BART station.
I am, or the BART station, or
it
wherever.
Could be a new school you're going to. It could be a conference you're going to, or a sports arena or something. Like, there's a million places you want to go try out before you actually go.
But that's sort of a whole other conversation. I wanted to also let everyone know that Theia will be here tomorrow, kind of holding office hours downstairs on the 9th floor.
And Monday.
What's that? And Monday as well. So if you want to talk about fun ideas and or send your friends or your colleagues or someone who missed the event today to go chat with them and try some stuff out, get at them afterwards and schedule some time for tomorrow. And all you have to do is come back here and tell reception that you're meeting with Theia. So unless there's any other burning questions, I think we should let everybody go.
Looks like there's a couple.
Oh, there are. Great. Sorry. Let's
Let me
have
start at the
them.
back and then we'll come to the front here.
Love it.
So I'm a user interface designer, so I work mostly with digital interfaces.
Right.
So I was wondering if anyone on the panel or just anyone in the audience as well knew of any resources or good examples of design that suits maybe not all of the visual impairments or maybe some. And then also kind of like a follow-up question. As Kat kind of mentioned, it seems like it would be really hard to have an interface that suits all visual impairments. Is that even possible?
Customize.
And if that's the case, then is it just better to have multiple types that basically any user could change the interface to suit their impairment?
Right. Yeah. Well, yeah, there's a whole range of ways to answer that question. There are like tools existing for, checklists and whatnot for compliance, for web content accessibility. And then, of course, these guys' tools can be used specifically for visual accessibility. So, yeah, exactly, for the user experience. I'm going to let them sort of take the rest of that.
So both.
Contribute.
Yeah. Hi, I'm Amy Chen. I'm a product manager for accessibility at Adobe, but my background is user experience and design. And your question actually relates really well to my question because, so from the web accessibility standpoint, there's been guidelines that have been around for a while. There's the web content accessibility guidelines, and I'll give you my card afterwards, or feel free to connect with any of us in the room too. So web, there's some guidelines out there, and then there's, for color contrast, there's minimum guidelines, but with unlimited budget, you can do almost anything. So like, there's basic accessibility, and then there's more you can go with that. My question was more related to, I've been in the user experience field for about 15 years now, but emerging, there's more talk about experience design, like, and then maybe some of the more traditional, like retail vendors have done more of this. But I'm wondering for your application, both for people in the room and for you guys, like where do you see this technology going? Like you were mentioning, you're mapping out, customers are coming to you guys to map out specific applications, but from experience design community, is there a way to broaden this? Is there ability for experience design to take your application? Is there a user interface that designers can use? And then with your tools to help make the model, right. So I mean, instead of like, or is your model to be for people to come to you as an expert? But I'm just trying to see, I'm just trying to figure out who's doing what out there and what's, where is this going, or where do you think it's going?
Yeah. So it's really good that we're talking now because we're at this kind of crossroads where we've built these prototypes and we've seen all these avenues and opportunities. So what we're trying to do is identify where's the greatest need, where can we help, and what's the best tools. Do we enhance slightly each of these tools here and make them market specific? Are they custom each time? So what we'd really enjoy is a face-to-face discussion about just that and where you see it going and the scope of that, because that will influence our business going forward. So we're right at the beginning of a journey.
Yeah.
So this is Kat again. As someone who does also a lot of tech training with with students, I do teach a lot of voiceover to low vision students as well. So even if they can see certain things on the screen, if your product is voiceover accessible, there's probably a better chance that it's going to be low vision accessible, especially because there is quite a bit of crossover of low vision users using voiceover. But I would say like probably the things that give us the most headaches when we're sitting down on a lesson are like, web pages where like the content is suddenly moving, and you can't see what's going on, and it moves very quickly. Really cluttered things, like the more simplicity, the better. The having the architecture of the website be really straightforward and well planned. But yeah, voiceover, accessibility, labeling the buttons, all that sort of stuff is very important for low vision users too.
Yeah, there are some starting points for accessibility that are really crucial and that kind of are foundation for all this stuff. And I do want to ask everyone, we're going to be sending out a survey for y'all in about 45 minutes. And it's just a short survey, but we really, really value your feedback, and we'll really appreciate just taking 5 minutes to answer the questions, because it will really have a large impact on how Theia thinks about what products they're going to create moving forward, I assume. Right, guys?
Do you have time for one more question? Or do we still have time?
I think we got one more, yeah.
One more?
Okay. Try to make this quick. I know in trying to describe my own visual impairment to other people, I have like only peripheral vision, so I know that it's kind of difficult to explain that that like not only do I have like a certain area that does work and a certain area that doesn't, which is something the app can or virtual reality can like simulate, but like you can't move your eyes to avoid the part that's gone, if that makes sense. Like if you're using the virtual reality thing, you can still look in a different place and still get the information you need. So it's kind of fixed to your head rather than fixed to your eyeballs. So have you guys thought about like that kind of issue?
Great question.
Yeah, absolutely. We have looked into eye tracking. So actually, back in Milton Keynes, we have a eye tracking unit fitted to the HTC Vive. So that's the headset we've got demonstrated over there. And we can actually track the pupil. So we're actually developing a method to actually move the filters with the pupils. So theoretically, the filters will move with the eye movements as well. Yeah. In the VR version, the mobile version is going to be a bit more tricky, but that's certainly something that we are thinking about. And just think about peripheral vision as well. We would like to think that not only can we produce a visual impairment simulator to simulate that exact thing, but also a tool to send information to the areas that are visible. So the areas that you can actually see clearly, we would like to think that we can somehow help to guide you by sending information and useful information for wayfinding to that space as well, if that makes sense.
There are some on that topic actually. We were talking to the RNIB, and there's some interesting developments in that space using one of the leading brand virtual reality headsets and their mobile device to try and do just that. So there are products out there which are kind of £10,000, $12,000. Which claim to do that, but it looks like there might be an opportunity that coming down the price point, which will be amazing if that happens.
I just had a wild kind of thought too, which is in the kind of era of like Bitmoji and custom, avatars that people make to represent themselves. I wonder if there's like a very consumer level ability where people could customize their visual impairments and really kind of develop their own vision, simulation that showed people this is what it's like for me.
That's a very great point. And we are looking at ways to create custom filters based on, obviously, custom filters from a particular person's set of conditions.
Show your friends and family. And
exactly. Yeah.
That'd be incredible.
Absolutely.
And I think, what you were just talking about with the condition that you have, that's been one of the hardest things to simulate in even the old school simulators. So if you look at the retina, all of our detail vision's in the center, and we have reduced acuity as we go to our periphery. So even if we could just get the app to reduce the acuity in the periphery to be similar, even if you were to look to the side as, a more sighted person kind of simulating it, it would at least be a lot closer to your experience. So I think once they involve the reduced acuity in the other parts of the app, that it will probably be a lot closer.
That's great. Okay, I think we're going to wrap up. Thank you, everyone who participated today. Thank you, Yahoo, for co-sponsoring this with us. It's really, really special to have you here, Mike. And happy Global Accessibility Awareness Day, everybody. And of course, thanks to Theia for coming all the way out from the UK. Thanks to Brandon Cox at Lighthouse, along with Dagny Brown, our events manager, and all the other Lighthouse staff who helped out today. And
Well,
Pat-
did,
yeah.
did we point out that this is God? Did we point out that the Theia guys are going to be here tomorrow at Lighthouse all
Yeah.
day?
Yeah, I
Okay,
just
with office
yeah.
hours. Okay.
Yep, tomorrow and Monday. So get at them if you want to chat more. Thanks, everybody.
Oh, there's the WCC, or Web Content Accessibility Guidelines. Let me get you a card.
WebAIM.
Oh, WebAIM too. I like WebAIM. WebAIM.org. But there's a lot of, like, web accessibility is pretty standard out there. Like experience, like physical space accessibility. And by the way,